from a rifle because of its sound. He looked for potential sniper positions. He noted a roof area approximately 160 yards away from Mr. Kirk as a potential shooting position and rushed there to look for evidence. The suspected shooting position is adjacent to an open, publicly accessible walkway. To access the suspected location, a person must climb over a railing and then drop to the roof only slightly below. The UV officer climbed over the railing and down onto the roof. He then walked to the suspected...
Folks, we have an amazing cold open. It's the War Room here at 5 o'clock, our afternoon show. We're going to go, it's a arraignment right now. Let's go live, and we'll continue with the cold open after the arraignment of the accused assassin.
576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Could you state your name?
Tyler James Robinson.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Robinson. I'm Judge Graff. Mr. Scortis.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. You're probably already aware of my presence or why I'm here, but if not, I am not entering an appearance. I'm not counsel on this case. I'm working with the county to get counsel assigned, but we need you to allow for the appointment of counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Scortis. I want to go through the qualifications for indigency, but that is my intent, Mr. Scortis.
Very well.
And I thank you for being here. So, Mr. Robinson, you have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, the court can appoint an attorney to represent you. I have reviewed your declaration of financial status and find that you are indigent. I'm provisionally appointing a Rule 8 qualified attorney to represent you on your case, Mr. Robinson. Along with their filing of their appearance of counsel, the assigned attorneys must file declarations with the court that outline their qualifications under Rule 8 and under Rule 8B and Rule 8C for counsel appointment in a case where death may be a sentencing option. I'm ordering that those declarations be filed prior to the next hearing date, which is set for September 29th at 10 a.m. Mr. Robinson, I also wish to inform you of your right against self-incrimination. Anything that you say in court today could be used against you, and we want to protect your constitutional rights. Mr. Robinson, at this time, you will remain in custody without bail. Mr. Scortis, is there any other points that you wish to address?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Turning to the state.
Yes, Your Honor. Chad Grunander for the state. I'm also joined, and they're listed as attendees, Ryan McBride, Lauren Hunt, David Sturgill, and Chris Ballard. We are the trial team on this case. I do have a few points I'd like to bring up with Your Honor. We have filed a pretrial protective order on behalf of Erica Kirk. We would ask the court to review that. It should be in your queue, Your Honor, and sign that.
Thank you. I have reviewed the pretrial protective order and will be issuing this pretrial protective order in favor of Erica Kirk. Is there any other business that we need to address today, counsel?
Just for the court's information, we did file just recently, within the last few minutes, a notice of intent to seek the death penalty that was filed by Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray. So that should be in the court's file. Lastly, I would just indicate to the court and to, at this point, Mr. Robinson, that we are prepared to collect all of the discovery in this matter and get that turned over to the defense as soon as possible. Rule 16 requires us to provide what we have relied on in charging the information and bringing these charges within 5 days once it's requested. So that'll be prepared to disseminate to the defense as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Mr. Robinson, what I also want to do is you have the right to have the charges read that you stand charged of, and I wish to read those to you at this time. Thank you. Mr. Robinson, for count 1, aggravated murder, a capital felony in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-5-202, in that on September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Charlie Kirk under the following circumstances. The defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to another individual other than Charlie Kirk and the defendant. Notice conviction of this offense may carry the death penalty or pursuant to Utah Code 76-3-207.7, a mandatory term of imprisonment for life without parole or an indeterminate term of not less than 25 years, and that may be for life. Victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2. Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. Notice if the trier of fact finds beyond a reasonable doubt that the victim targeting enhancement applies, the sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider the defendant's selection of the victim as an aggravating factor. Violent offense committed in the presence of a child aggravating factor, the sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider as an aggravating factor in their deliberations that the defendant committed a violent criminal offense in the presence of a child. Count 2, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury, a first-degree felony, in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-11-210 sub 2 and 3C, in that on September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant Tyler James Robinson discharged a firearm in the direction of Charlie Kirk, knowing or having reason to believe that Charlie Kirk may be endangered by the discharge of the firearm and that the act caused serious bodily injury to Charlie Kirk. Victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2. Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. Notice if the trier of fact finds beyond a reasonable doubt that the victim targeting enhancement applies, the sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider the defendant's selection of the victim as an aggravating factor. Violent offense committed in the presence of a child aggravating factor. The sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider an aggravating factor in their deliberations that the defendant committed a violent offense in the presence of a child. Count 3, obstruction of justice, a second-degree felony in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-8-306 sub 2, in that on September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant Tyler James Robinson, with intent to hinder, delay, or prevent the investigation, apprehension, prosecution, conviction, or pursuant to any person regarding conduct that constitutes a criminal offense, conceal or remove the firearm used to shoot Charlie Kirk, and the conduct that constitutes an offense would be a capital felony or a first-degree felony. Count 4, obstruction of justice, a second-degree felony in violation of Utah Code 76-8-306 sub 2, in that on or about September 11th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, with an intent to hinder, delay, or prevent the investigation, apprehension, prosecution, conviction, or punishment of any person regarding conduct that constitutes a criminal offense, destroyed, concealed, or removed the clothing he wore during the shooting, and the conduct that constitutes an offense would be a capital felony or first-degree felony. Count 5, tampering with a witness, a third-degree felony in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-8-508, in that on or about September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, believed that an official proceeding or investigation was pending or about to be instituted or intended to prevent an official proceeding or investigation, and attempted to induce or otherwise cause his roommate to withhold testimony, information, a document or an item, to wit, directing his roommate to delete incriminating text messages. Count 6, tampering with a witness, a third-degree felony in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-8-508, in that on or about September 11th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, believed that an official proceeding or investigation was pending or about to be instituted, or intended to prevent an official proceeding or investigation, and attempted to induce or otherwise cause his roommate to withhold testimony or information, to wit, directing his roommate to stay silent if the police questioned the roommate. Count 7, violent offense committed in the presence of a child, a Class A misdemeanor in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-3-203.10 sub 2 and 76-3-203.14 sub 3a little double I, in that on or about September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, committed criminal homicide in the physical presence of a child younger than 14 years of age, with knowledge that a child was present and that may have been seen or heard the commission of the criminal homicide. Victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2, Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. That concludes reading the information. Mr. Robinson, this case is set for September 29th at 10 a.m. It will be a waiver hearing, and I will be the judge assigned to this case. And Mr. Robinson, I invite you to join us at that time. Is there anything further, counsel?
No, Your Honor, we'll have counsel appointed by then. Thank you.
Mr. Gurander, anything further?
One item, just for clarification, Your Honor, the hearing on the 29th, is that in person or WebEx?
Thank you. That is a great question. It will be via WebEx.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
All right. I want to thank all parties for being here, and this concludes this hearing at this time. Court is in recess.
All right.
Right there, you saw a charge. I don't know why they're doing that WebEx. Is it a security issue? If it's a security issue, the state of Utah has got to step up to the plate and say, hey, we got this thing secure. I don't get it. I don't know what that was done during COVID. I don't know what's done now. Maybe it's standard procedure. I don't understand it. I think it's a bad show if they got security concerns. Let's get him into court, secure the courthouse. Also, let me be blunt. I don't know why his parents didn't give him a lawyer. I don't know why his parents didn't give him a lawyer. Why is he's been locked up now? What's today's Tuesday? They caught him on Friday, right? Thursday night, late, around midnight. I don't know why it's a capital crime. And in Utah, I think they got the firing squad they can use. Don't understand why he has not talked to a lawyer in 4 days. I don't know why his parents haven't gotten a lawyer. Why he's waiting upon getting having the citizens of Utah pay for a public defender. That's right. We're a little tough here in the war room. I tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to play the cold open at the bottom because I want to get in Aaron Sabarium from Free Beacon. Aaron, can we get the piece up? I want to get this in here because you've actually got exclusive reporting from the FBI about certain other elements of this case. They were not brought up today. The question was asked by the media a couple times about kind of your article, what's in your article. I think the chief prosecutor just said, hey, or the district attorney says, I can't discuss it because of ongoing investigation. Can you tell our audience what this is exclusive reporting you've got from the FBI?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Basically, the FBI is investigating several social media accounts that posted things in the lead up to the shooting that, at least in retrospect, could be read as indicating some foreknowledge of the assassination. Obviously, you don't want to read too much into any one Twitter post, and it's quite possible all of these are duds, but there were enough of them from enough different accounts, and some of them posted things that seemed just so eerily prescient that the FBI, we know, is investigating these posts and potential linkages between them, I believe.
Yeah, here's the thing, Aaron. The reason I want to have you on, because, folks, here's the rest of the show. We got a cold open that's long. It's going to cut back and forth between Cash in total combat in this oversight hearing on the Hill today, Senate Judiciary Committee oversight. We're going to cut in between with the with Lang, because they have a different system in Utah. They don't have a grand jury system, so they kind of lay out a charging document and kind of give you their reasonable. Why they have a reason to do this. That's read before they actually arraign the individual in court. So this happened earlier today, and we'll cut back and forth between that. I have held out of that the reading of the text messages between the defendant Robinson and his roommate. And I got to tell you, though, Aaron, the reason I think your story is so important, I could say pretty accurately, 0% of people are just buying this right now. They're just not. The thing looks too scripted. They're not. The video, they cut back and forth between the video with the guy, he's got the thing down his leg, the barrel on his leg, and then other times he doesn't. So there's a lot of questions, and I think that's what makes your reporting so important here. You say it's prescient. I mean, talk about how many individuals are they, and how specific do they get about Charlie Kirk, and how specific do they get about September 10th, sir?
Yeah, so a couple of the tweets did reference September 10th. Now, I should note that at least one of those tweets came from an account that had referenced a lot of other dates, so I'm not sure how much stock you want to put in that. And another one that referenced September 10th, it sounds a little like, reading the whole exchange, it's not really clear that this was actually really a prediction of Charlie Kirk's death. Or so much as kind of a retroactive celebration of it. We don't really know. There are others that were made closer to the date of the shooting, where people really do seem to suggest, say things like, I hope he's evaporated tomorrow. Like, watch the news. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, it really does sound like they're hinting at that they have some foreknowledge that something is coming. And as I said, there's at least 7 of these, right? So it's not just 1 or 2. And then the other thing that I think is noteworthy here, and again, there's a lot we don't know, but several of these accounts appear to be associated with various kind of LGBT online subcultures. And one of them followed the shooter's roommate on TikTok. So again, none of that is a smoking gun, but it does seem like the shooter was at the very least kind of proximate to these online communities that were effectively fantasizing about Charlie Kirk's death, if not indicating some foreknowledge of it.
Some of these, I think, and I only use the term because I think they're officially named that. I think it's Armed Queers of Salt Lake City. That's one of the groups I think took it down. Are these the types of groups that you're talking about, some of these more aggressive or more leaning into it LGBTQ groups, sir?
Well, so my understanding is the FBI is investigating those groups, and then there's kind of these accounts that aren't necessarily affiliated with those specific groups, but just all do seem to indicate in their bios or in their choice of username that they are part of some kind of strange LGBT subcultures. And I know there's a lot of those too on Steam and Discord, on which the shooter was known to be active. I believe he had a Steam account. Some of this, not all of this has been verified, but it's clear that there are sort of a lot of these groups, both online and off, that dabble in really kind of militant rhetoric and iconography. And I think that's part of why the FBI is taking these individual accounts so seriously. It's not just the accounts. It's this kind of larger organizational ecosystem that really does seem quite comfortable with violence, at the very least, or at least very comfortable with violent rhetoric.
Aaron, were you familiar with before Charlie Kirk's assassination last Thursday? Were you familiar with this kind of whole part of the internet, or the whole part of kind of the revolutionary left? Were you familiar before you started going in and looking at this stuff?
It's not something I spend a ton of time in, but I'm familiar with the Zizians, which is this kind of weird transgender rationalist cult that has been linked to multiple murders across the United States, including that of a Border Patrol agent. I think it was earlier this year or late last year. So, I mean, I'm tangentially aware that there are these kind of strange subcultures and networks. I mean, some of them are more like cults out there. And yeah, it does seem like some of these kind of lefty subcultures just really have a problem with political violence.
That cult you talked about, I think people, even and I think it was in Vermont or New Hampshire. I mean, it's not sure. It was kind of the northern border patrol got shot and killed by the people of the cult.
Yes.
And I think they come all the way from San Francisco or something. So then when you dove into it and started really doing this reporting and saw, at least the grunch of them that, appear, and I'm not saying it's to be proven whether they knew it or not, but are overly prescient. I think that's what shocked people. I mean, what were your first thoughts when you started pulling this together?
My first thought was, look, this is speculative and I don't want to read too much into it. But at the same time, it's really creepy. And I think even if the investigation doesn't turn up anything, even if all of these are dead ends, I think it illustrates how normalized this kind of open, morbid fantasizing has become on the left, where it's just okay, or at least in some circles of the left. I don't want to overgeneralize, but there clearly are these weird subcultures where people just think it's okay to call for the death of your political opponents, and to celebrate and justify it. And from what we know, this guy, Tyler Robinson, was spending a lot of time online. I think if nothing else, these posts offer a window into kind of the social media cesspool, and how it can radicalize wayward young people who just basically get a little internet poisoned, and maybe have some other issues going on at the same time.
Aaron, before I let you go, it's a big scoop. It was an exclusive. Can you give us directionally, not the details, but are you following up on this reporting?
If I hear more, I will certainly report more.
Perfect. Where do people go and get you on social media? Where do they get you over at the Free Beacon?
My Twitter is @AaronSibarium, all one word. And you can also read the Free Beacon every day, which you should do to read my stuff and also read my colleagues' stuff, because everything that the Free Beacon puts out is great.
And where do people go to get the Free Beacon?
It's just freebeacon.com.
Perfect. Aaron, thanks. Great job reporting. Thanks for changing your schedule up. Come on the show. Appreciate you.
Of course. Thank you so much.
If Mo and Grace can push that article out, I would like everybody to read it. I think it is. I think Aaron's hit on something that's quite important, and I think it'll open up a lot of eyes. It's when you look at this subculture, it's quite eye-opening. And I agree with him. It's some things are kind of random when you see it's kind of this, I don't know, center of gravity, or what I call a grunch. It has you questioning. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to a lot has gone on today. First of all, the president has landed in England, and our own Brian Glenn is with the president outside Windsor. Tomorrow, the president's going to go to Windsor and officially be greeted by the King of England tomorrow. He's going to have a number of festivities, military ceremonies, etc., at Windsor Castle. Then a state dinner at Windsor Castle at 8 o'clock, I think, local time, London, or in England. Tomorrow we'll be covering that. Our own Brian Glenn is with him. As soon as Brian gets set up, we're going to go to Brian Glenn. What we're going to do is hit rewind. I want to see this cold open, because here's what we've done. We've juxtaposed Cash Patel getting torn apart or attempted to be torn apart by the Senate Judiciary Committee oversight, particularly a grandstander like Cory Booker, and then Shifty Schiff. The Shifty Schiff and Cash gives better than he gets, so you'll be enthused. We intercut that with aspects of kind of this not charging document. I guess it was a charging document. They read, at least they put enough in there to be able to back up these charges, particularly capital murder. But they, as I said in the press conference right after that, they don't answer a lot of questions because it's under investigation. They have a lot more details. Two things. Number one, if we had been focused on getting the subpoenas and everything out for Shifty Schiff would not be sitting there beating up Cash Patel. He'd be subpoenaed or he'd already be indicted for his activity in Russiagate, of which it's legion his crimes. And so I ask once again, action, action, action. We can't let Shifty Schiff continue to have a position of power on Capitol Hill in the United States Senate. This is one of the worst guys around, as Cash Patel gives him in spades. Number two, it's been announced, I think Fox News is leaking that Dan Bongino, it's a couple of tweets up there, Dan Bongino will be leaving the FBI within the next 2 weeks. I'm just putting out there what's been saying that the Fox News people are saying. Also, number three, and most importantly, we're going to have to get a lot more information here. And we're going to play the cold open, and then later I'm actually going to play the text messages between the assailant, the alleged assassin of Charlie Kirk, and his roommate / lover. And I don't know. I was in the Writers Guild as a screenwriter. I'm just not buying it. I hate to be brutally frank about it. It just seems too scripted. But we'll go through it and let you figure it out. Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to go from Utah to England. And the War Room is going to break it all down for you. Short commercial break. Want to thank the folks at Birch Gold. Take your phone in and text Birch Gold 9898 Bannon. Let me hit this again. Bannon, Bannon. That would be me. At 989898. Get the ultimate guide, a totally free ultimate guide to investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. And with the central banks buying it hand over fist and gold hitting a new high every couple of days, maybe it's time now to get it and understand it. Short break. Back in a moment.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $100 off with code AHS100. Visit AHS.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're going to break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has CarShield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify CarShield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have CarShield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call CarShield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Mr. Patel, in just 8 months, you have assaulted the institutional integrity of the FBI. But I know FBI field agents. I've worked with them in Newark. No matter how truly bad you are, you can't undermine the legacy of agents who fight every day to keep us safe, but you can tarnish the integrity of the agency and undermine the agency's capacity. I believe you're failing as a leader, and that your failure does have serious implications for the safety and security of Americans and our families. We're more vulnerable to domestic and foreign attack because of your failures of leadership. I don't think you're fit to hand the Bureau, but here's the thing, Mr. Patel. I think you're not going to be around long. I think this might be your last oversight hearing. Because as much as you supplicate yourself to the will of Donald Trump and not the Constitution of the United States of America, Donald Trump has shown us in his first term and in this term, he is not loyal to people like you. He will cut you loose. This may be the last time I have a hearing with you because I don't think you're long for your job. But I'm going to tell you this. I pray for you. I pray for you that you can step up and defend your oath, defend the Constitution, and do a much better job of defending this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to say anything?
Yes, sir. That rant of false information does not bring this country together. If you want to work on bringing this country, it's my time, not yours.
My God.
If you want to talk about
dividing this country,
it is my
I follow
time.
you on your social media posts that
It is
tear
my
this country
time
apart.
to address your falsehoods.
Oh, you
are an
can try
embarrassment
all
to the
you
division
want
in this country.
to not take
It is my
responsibility
time.
for what
You
you
had
have
your
said.
time.
Sir, you're
Your
making
time
a
is
mockery of this
over.
committee. Sir, you don't tell me my time is over.
You
The
know how
people
far
of New
we've
Jersey
come
tell me
since
what my
you
time is. You can't lecture me.
You can tell me
Sir,
my time's over?
You may be the charge of the
I'm not
FBI,
going anywhere.
but I am not afraid of you. sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Not afraid of you.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
So UVU surveillance. So at the moment of the shot, a UVU police officer was watching the crowd from an elevated vantage point. As soon as he heard the shot, he began to scan the area for threats. Believing the shot came from a rifle because of its sound, he looked for potential sniper positions. He noted a roof area approximately 160 yards away from Mr. Kirk as a potential shooting position and rushed there to look for evidence. The suspected shooting position is adjacent to an open, publicly accessible walkway. To access the suspected location, a person must climb over a railing and then drop to the roof only slightly below. The UV officer climbed over the railing and down onto the roof. He then walked to the suspected shooting position and confirmed a clear shooting corridor between the position and Mr. Kirk's seat. He also noticed markings in the gravel rooftop, consistent with a sniper having lain on the roof, impressions in the gravel potentially left by the elbows, knees, and feet of a person in a prone shooting position. Police reviewed surveillance from the camera covering the roof and discovered that it recorded an individual dressed in dark clothing cross the railing from the public walkway and drop onto the roof at approximately 12:15 p.m. Although the individual moved out of the camera's view for a short time, the camera again captured the individual running across the roof and then low crawling to the area the UVU officer recognized as where the suspected sniper had dropped into a prone shooting position. After a short time, which matches the known time of the shot, the individual arose and ran across the roof to the northeast. This discovery led to an intensive review of UVU surveillance recordings to attempt to track and identify the suspect.
Want the American people to believe that? Do you think they're stupid?
No. I think the American people believe the truth, that I'm not in the weeds on the everyday movements of
you're
inmates.
Not in the weeds?
What I am doing is protecting this country, providing historic reform, and combating the weaponization of intelligence by the likes of you. And we have countlessly proven you to be a liar in Russiagate, in January 6th. You are the biggest fraud to ever sit in the United States Senate. You are a disgrace to this institution and an utter coward.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised that you continue to lie from your perch and put on a show so you can go raise money for your charade. You are a political buffoon at best.
Well, you can take an internet troll.
Take it to the bank that the FBI is protecting this country and the state and citizens of California. We are bringing historic reform.
Point of order.
But all you care about is a child sex predator that was prosecuted by a prior administration, and the Obama Justice Department and the Biden Justice Department did squat. And what did President Trump do? Bring new charges courageously. And what have we done?
Chairman,
you said I'm the most transparent FBI director in history. 33,000 pages of information to you. I challenge you to say anything credibly to the truth. Go ahead and run to the cameras where you want to go now.
Both of you be quiet.
On the evening of September 11th, 2025, as law enforcement continued their investigation, Tyler James Robinson went to the Washington County Sheriff's Office with his parents and a family friend to turn himself in. Robinson's mother stated that the following to police. On September 11th, 2025, the day after the shooting, Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought the shooter looked like her son. Robinson's mother called her son and asked him where he was. He said he was at home sick and that he had also been at home sick on September 10th. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspect shooter looked like Robinson. Robinson's father agreed. Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much evil and the guy, referring to Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate.
Within 24 hours of Mr. Kirk's shooting,
We had the guy that does the podcast for the War Room and another guy who's denied the Sandy Hook shootings say we're at war. Now, how on earth, and I do believe it's a smaller number, but it's a number that has an influence. How on earth are we de-escalating the situation? And with the tensions as high as they were last week, with going out and saying we're at war. I'm not asking you to respond to this question. I'm just saying that there are people out here on our side of the aisle that still need to look in the mirror. Even if you agree that it's a lower number, bad is bad no matter how many numbers they are. And that kind of rhetoric and that kind of mobilization makes your job more difficult and puts us in a position where we're not being as productive as you want the FBI and state and local law enforcement to be.
That's Tom Tillis right there wrapping up today at the hearing with going after War Room and Alex Jones, me personally and Alex Jones, the guy that does the podcast War Room. Yo, I'm sure you know this, but you should understand this podcast is what drove you from public office because you epitomize why this country's in the shape it's in. You're one of these gutless, liver-lip Republicans who just sit there and you raise money from people. You say you're going to do everything. You get up there, you don't do anything. You're just a blowhard. And now you've been run out of here and run out of the Senate, and your name will soon be forgotten. Right? They'll have some in Wikipedia. You'll be listed as a guy who's a United States Senator and did absolutely nothing besides try to thwart President Trump. And yes, we're at war. And when I look in the mirror every day, one thing I see is a guy that ran Tom Tillis out of office, and I feel damn good about it. Okay, brother? Your group hug you gave them, we didn't play the whole thing. It was sickening. No, we have to escalate, and it's not towards violence. Have you seen anybody in Charlie Kirk's arena? Have you seen anybody on the right go burn down anything, go threaten anybody? No, but we're going to get to the bottom and destroy this. He gave a talk to the CPI guys last night. That's Senator DeMint and Mark Meadows' kind of umbrella organization for conservatives, a lot of conservative leaders. And I said, this is an inflection point, that those that have just been going along to get along have gotten us here because they haven't stood up. And now you see with what happened at Charlie Kirk. And as bad as it's presented in Utah, I'm not buying all of it. I'm particularly not buying those text messages. It just seems too stilted, too much like a script, actually a bad script. So we got to get to the bottom of it. You have to designate these groups. You heard Aaron Sabarium from Free Beacon. He's got this piece that you should read just about all the other tweets that were out there, right? That seem amazingly prescient for Charlie Kirk coming to, quite frankly, a college that not a lot of people know about, a university that not a lot of people know about, although I think it's the largest university, bigger than the University of Utah or Brigham Young in the state of Utah. You've got to get to the bottom of these groups. You got to get to the bottom of Antifa. You got to see if there's any connections to Butler. We got a whole lot of work to do, right? A whole lot of work to do. And no, I am not buying the script that was in the text messages. I think so much more has got to be done about this. I think the parents ought to be brought in. I think everybody in the discourse channel, the roommate. What do you mean? The roommate sounds like their accessory and not turning him in. He did this text message hours and hours before. Why is that any different than the Boston bomber, where the 4 roommates went to prison because they didn't turn him in as soon as it came up on the television? So there's a whole lot of information we need. And we're going to keep the tip of the bayonet ready to kind of nudge people along to make sure we get it. And if that's called escalation, Tom Tillis, this is why you are being shoved off the stage. You got yanked off the stage, bro. We sent you home. You and your staff, right? Guys like you, losers like you that have just stood in the way is the reason the country's in the shape it's in. It's the reason that guys like heroes like Charlie Kirk put their life on the line every day when they go in these cesspools called colleges, because you have not stood up. You have not done your job. You have not thwarted this when you had the opportunity to. Escalate, you damn right we're going to escalate. Short commercial break. We're going to return in the war room. Just a moment.
We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
People are being given 20 days to move their savings out of bank accounts just because of their political views. In fact, a conservative billionaire in Washington, who you know very well, was forced to transfer hundreds of millions of dollars. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. If they can debank billionaires for their politics, what's stopping them from doing the same to you? This is why I've always advocated for the one asset that can't be debanked: gold. Click below for a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, while paper currencies and banking systems failed, gold has preserved wealth. Even billionaires are learning this lesson the hard way. Don't wait for your own 20-day notice. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
You see what the Tillises of the world want, and it's more than that, right? It's Cox. It's Katie Britt in Alabama. It's all of them, virtually. De-escalate. They're telling you to accept the assassination of Charlie Kirk because they think it'll just blow over. They're all worked up now about blow over, just like everything else that you know is wrong with the country. They're just going to tap you along. What they're tapping President Trump along right now. They're tapping President Trump along. They can't wait. They cannot wait for Trump to leave office. It's going to all revert back. Wait for it. You can see it happening right now. They're doing everything to stall him. And the reason I'm so upset about the deep state and the subpoenas, and I hear it's because of DOJ's backup, is Shifty Schiff should not be allowed to sit there and abuse Kash Patel. Now, I will tell you, folks, I think you might have to go back to the Civil War, but I don't even remember it happening then. Definitely, I don't think this is in the McCarthy era, in the mafia trials in the 50s. I don't ever remember, and particularly with a government official, and a government official involved in intelligence or law enforcement in exchange. What you saw today was historic. And I'm so proud of Kash on not taking their crap. Cory Booker, you're nothing but a blowhard. Spartacus, you're nothing but a blowhard, right? Total blowhard. And Shifty Shift is corrupt. The guy should be in prison and will eventually go to prison if we do our jobs. But right now he has not been subpoenaed, my understanding. And the question is why? Why on September 16th in the year of our Lord, 2025, is he there able to abuse Cash Patel? And Cash, brother, you went government gangsters on him. You blew back on Schiff. Like, he was shocked. No witnesses ever, no government officials ever blown back on guys in the Senate, right? The most exclusive club in the world is what they call it. Mike Lindell, we now know from Grassley they were coming after you, coming after MyPillow, coming after your banks. What do you have to say to that, sir? We knew this. The FBI came after you. They came after your banks. You know, one of the reasons they try to put the company out of business that we've provided a platform for you for years is to say, hey, what they're doing to Mike Lindell is un-American. It's unsat. They're targeting Mike Lindell. They're targeting Mike Lindell because Mike Lindell will not shut up about the stolen election of 2020, which was stolen, and about the solutions we need going forward, sir.
Yeah, absolutely, Stephen. You guys can all check it out. It was a government cover-up, an attack called Arctic Blast. If you Google Arctic Blast, there were 6 government agents that attacked all these people that were targeted, but one company, MyPillow, and my banks are listed in there. The banks of MyPillow and MyPillow. So let's add this up, Steve. Let's see, all the voting machine companies that came after MyPillow with the lawsuits, 6 government agencies and probably more. And it's a miracle that MyPillow is still here, and that's why I want to thank the War Room Posse. You guys have stood behind MyPillow and my employees, and we thank you so much. And Steve, we wouldn't be here without you.
Well, you would, but we appreciate the shout out, and we love providing a platform. Your employee-owned company. Before we got to bolt here off the 5 o'clock show, folks, stick around for the 6. We're going to have a dramatic reading by, I guess, the lead prosecutor, the district attorney, and then Michael Patrick Leahy and I are going to be in for commentary. I just ain't buying the text messages, but we'll break it all down next. Mike Lindell, on a day like today, we need some deals on sheets, pillows, and all other. What do you got for us?
You guys got the biggest 3-in-1 sale we've ever had. This is what we have. Our towels are back in stock. You guys have waited 3 months for this. So here they are. Towels are back in stock, all colors, all sizes, ever the 3. You get a 6-pack of towel sets for $39.98. Look at that. In the middle there, it's a very limited quantity of our premium MyPillows with the specialized gussets, $17.98 queen, $19.98 king. We're busy making them right now. And then the closeout on our percale sheet sets, $29.98 $29.88 any size, any color. You guys go to mypillow.com/war room. Get there. You guys get the free shipping on all the big items, the mattresses, the mattress toppers, but get all the specials are right there with that promo code War Room. We appreciate you now more than ever. My employees do. Don't forget to support the mystore.com with over 1,000 USA entrepreneurs. But you guys, you need the best sleep of your life right now. All our products, we make them to help you and to help us get great sleep and other. And there you see the outlet sale. That sale's still going on. But you guys also the My Crosses. The My Crosses made in the USA. You've saved 50%. You guys get those. The women's is back in stock. I know a lot of these, you guys helped so much helping us out, but they're back in stock now. So you guys use that promo code War Room. Call my operators, 800-873-1062. You guys, they love hearing from the War Room Posse. I know this last week has been horrific, but you guys, they love talking to you. It gives us hope and inspiration.
Is it Arctic Blast or Arctic Frost?
Arctic Frost.
Arctic Blast
Arctic
sounds
Frost.
like something.
No, Arctic Frost.
Okay, dude. Arctic Blast. You said it sounds like something you get at Dairy Queen, right? It's like a Dairy Queen. No, it's Arctic Frost.
Arctic Frost.
Mike Lindell, thank you. They try to shut down Mike Lindell. Now it's official. Thank you, sir. Good on you. See you tomorrow. Go to mypillow.com, promo code War Room. Also, thank you for supporting. I think people, when I say supporting, I think you had a pretty good run in gold so far, right? I don't know. You got to figure there's a couple more bites left on that apple. Central banks throughout the world think so, but you got to figure out yourself. It's the War Room, baby. We're not here to wet nurse you. We're here to give you information and allow you to stand on your own feet as citizens, as you have done and had the greatest political comeback in history. Come on, man. What are you talking about? Do you understand your impact in history? It's massive. That's why guys like Tillis are afraid of you. Ain't me they're afraid of, it's you they're afraid of. That's why he punched out, knew he couldn't win in good old North Carolina. Tar Heel's not going to put him back in office. Come on, man. Not going to happen. Short commercial break. Birchgold.com. Promo code Bannon. The end of the dollar empire. Get it today. Get smart. Stick around. Be back in a moment. Hour 2.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro.
Steve Bannon.
Now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back.
Welcome, everybody, to the Tuesday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, Amanda Head, reporting to you from the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. My co-host and Just the News editor-in-chief, John Solomon, he's out on assignment tonight. Now, the charges against Tyler Robinson, the suspected assassin of Charlie Kirk, were announced today by Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray, and they include counts of aggravated murder and obstruction of justice, as well as witness tampering, felony discharge of a firearm, and commission of a violent offense in the presence of a child. Gray also stated that he would be filing notice of intent to seek the death penalty based on the available evidence that investigators have, and that Robinson will continue to be held without bail in the Utah County Jail. And he also confirmed that the state believes that Robinson targeted Charlie because of his political beliefs. And Gray also explained a bit about Robinson's own alleged political beliefs during his press conference. Take a look.
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views.
And I'm sure that you have been seeing people online, including Jimmy Kimmel on his show, saying that the suspected shooter was right-wing. Well, I think that can finally dispel that narrative. And more news came out about all of this during FBI Director Kash Patel's hearing in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, when Senator Kennedy, that's John Kennedy, asked Director Patel if they had any other suspects who could be involved.
Did Mr. Kirk's assassin act alone?
As I've said since the beginning, Senator, it is very much an ongoing investigation. There are a number of individuals that are currently being investigated and interrogated, and a number yet to be investigated and interrogated specific to that chat room. So we are very much in our ongoing posture of investigation.
So others could have been involved?
Yes, sir.
And I frankly was happy to hear that frank answer from the director, because I know a lot of us have suspicions about the way this went down, the way that it happened, if there was solo coordination on this. It just, there are so many questions that are still out, and it doesn't seem to add up, at least for me, that it was just one person acting. There had to have been other coordinators or influencers. But as always, Just the News is going to keep you updated as we learn more. And now I want to shift focus to the media for just a minute, because Just the News's own Greg Piper has a great story out about powerful public figures spreading false information about Charlie Kirk and about his beliefs. And these aren't just random people on the internet. Some of these examples include places like the New York Times. Now, I know that we all don't necessarily hold the New York Times in the highest regard, but you would think that they would do some actual journalism when trying to report something that Charlie Kirk said, but unfortunately, of course, they did not. The New York Times wrote that Charlie said, quote, "Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them." Now, they wrote that Charlie said that on his podcast back in 2023. And they put that in their article to try and make it seem as if Charlie was anti-Semitic in some way, which, of course, especially for those of us who know him personally, is absolutely laughable. But unfortunately for them, those words weren't his. Yes, Charlie did say them on his podcast, but he was quoting a tweet and critiquing it on his show. And the New York Times eventually had to issue a retraction saying exactly that. I'm sure begrudgingly issuing that retraction. Now, how about Democrat Congressman Chris Murphy? Now, he claimed that there's much more right-wing violence than left-wing violence, but he cited a New York Times report, there's the New York Times again, that relied on statistics from the Anti-Defamation League that claims an increase in rallies, protests, and offensive banners by white supremacists, but absolutely no mention of violence at all. And there's plenty more examples. If you want to check out more of that, just head over to Greg's story over on justthenews.com. So I want to get into this and a whole lot of other stuff, because Congress, they've got a lot of work to do in the next few months leading up to Christmas. So joining me now is Texas Congressman Brian Babin. Congressman, thank you so much for coming back on the show.
Great to be with you, Amanda, as always.
Sir, I want to ask you about the indelible mark that Charlie Kirk leaves on this country, especially with young people. As I know you just heard me citing those examples of misinformation that's out there by mainstream media, politicians, even Jimmy Kimmel, that are trying to push this narrative that this assassin was not left-wing, that it was right-wing. It was, quote, one of their own is how they are referring to it. How do we battle it when you have people who are so willing to blatantly lie? I mean, they have no shame, Congressman.
There's no question about it. Over and over again, when you have some horrible, tragic incident that occurs, they immediately have a knee-jerk reaction, say it was caused by a right-wing nationalist or white nationalist or this or that. And they steer away from anything that could be possibly, on the radical left, which almost every one of these incidents has been. And you just can't believe them anymore. So you have to do your own homework. And I'm just so thankful for you, Amanda and John. Do your due diligence to really vet this stuff and get it out, because we hear it every single day. Where Democrats and their legacy media, the mainstream media, are branding Republicans as fascists, and Trump is Hitler, and over again. And deranged individuals, they hear it, they believe it, and then, as you see, they act on it. And so the press is no longer reporting the news, Amanda. They're striking a match which fuels the political violence that we're seeing right now.
And Congressman, You've had some really poignant words after all of this, and you've asked the question, beyond Charlie Kirk's influence, beyond his death, it's no longer just about Charlie Kirk. It is about what our country is going to look like. And you asked the question, what kind of country are we going to be? What kind of country are we going to be? Because I see one side that is spewing vitriol, and they are claiming free speech, even though this is a side that has never cared about free speech anymore. They're just worried about losing their jobs. And another side of the aisle who actually does very much value free speech. We just don't. I mean, there's a difference between free speech and inciting speech, when you're inciting people to violence. So what does that look like for the two sides going forward? Are we even in a place where we can find common ground?
I'm having a hard time seeing common ground when we have these teachers and politicians and folks in corporate media, et cetera, over and over again. And we hear the Democrats, the radicalized Democrats, that say that hate speech or speech, they consider that violence. So what that does, if somebody, puts their opinion out there, like Charlie Kirk was so articulate in doing, and standing up for the Constitution, for his God, for the Bible, for his Lord Jesus Christ, and for conservatives, that if they consider that hate speech, we have a right to self-defense in this country. And so the Democrats simply just take that, reinterpret it. Well, if hate speech is violence, then we have a right to self-defense, and we have a right to real kinetic violence. And that's how they justify this. So let me tell you something. As a member of Congress, we're all very cognizant. This is a lot of our conversations today. We need to all be careful, because these people are ginned up by out-of-control left-wing media and these politicians and the nutcases that are out there listening to this. And so we've got to be real careful about this. Absolutely.
Sir, this reprobate that killed Charlie Kirk, why did he target Charlie? Because Charlie's one of the nice guys. Because, I mean, I'm including myself in a group of people who sometimes are not so nice when we are arguing our principles, because I'm kind of a hothead, and, these are things that I care passionately about. That was not Charlie. Charlie was always cool, calm, and collected, and he was always kind in his delivery and in his debate. Why did this guy target Charlie?
He was just simply radicalized. He was ready to do anything. He was kind of like an attack dog. He had been ginned up on the dark web by some of these people, and he thought he was doing well. The Bible says that. Jesus says that there will come a time when they consider good evil and evil good, and people will literally kill you and think they're doing the Lord's work. And this is what this kid did. And quite frankly, it doesn't sound like his family was like that, but he obviously was a left-wing radical. And I'll tell you this, the good news is that they really have awakened a sleeping giant. In the wake of his death, thousands and thousands of young Americans have stepped up, because this is where Charlie did his good work. He actually helped the Republicans win the majorities in the House and the Senate, and help Donald Trump win the White House, because young people started voting for Republicans, for the conservative cause, for faith. And so this is his legacy. But what we need to do is to go along and support these thousands of young college kids and people that are they're young but not even in college, who want to start these chapters that turning point chapters, and in their communities and their schools. And that's how I think we carry on Charlie's legacy, and in remembrance of him, in honor of his family, his wife, his two beautiful little children, that we honor this is their legacy that we will carry on.
Yeah, well, and I want to move on because there is House business to discuss. But before I do, and I've seen the comments online about what I've said about this, but I continue to assert that the parents of this young man deserve grace, especially the father who turned in his son. That had to have been one of the hardest and most demoralizing decisions that he's had to make in his life, and he's going to live with it the rest of his life. So for all the haters out there, I don't care, because I think we should offer grace. I think that's the right thing to do. But Congressman, you are a part of the Border Caucus, and I know you are seeing these incredible numbers as far as border crossings. This time around, you and I were talking about this before we came to air, it didn't take new laws, it just took a new president. What else can be done to protect our country from illegal immigration? Because unfortunately, you got a lot of people who have overstayed visas. I know we're doing the deportation thing, but what else can be done?
Well, I tell you what, I know Tom Homan well, our border czar. I've had conversations with him. I just can't thank President Trump enough, because all it took was leadership. We kept, as one of the co-chairs of the House Border Security Caucus, we actually brought former DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas before us, and he would lie repeatedly, saying, we have total operational control of our border. Things are going just as we want. And as millions of these illegals were coming across the border, he says everything is copacetic. And he says, but if you want real border security, you've got to have comprehensive immigration reform. And he kept putting impossible hurdles out there in front of him and excuses for why they couldn't secure our border. And all it took, the first week, Amanda, in 1 week, when President Trump took office, he had control of that border. And for another month, we've had 0 illegal crossings and releases. It's just amazing. Well, new sheriffs in town. This president is nobody to monkey with. He believes in the greatness of America. He believes in our foundational principles of Judeo-Christianity, our Constitution, and I'll tell you something else. He also believes in law and order, and so I really appreciate what he's doing. He has put a great big reward on the head of the Venezuelan president Maduro, and he has shown twice that he is willing to blow bad guys out of the water who are bringing poisonous drugs into America with cartel help. And let's face it, 100,000 American young people each year are dying of fentanyl overdoses and other drugs, and he is determined to stop that. And I really, really appreciate what this president and his administration are doing, and the good folks that he's got installed in these positions. I thank God for them. Yeah. And I think they're going to think twice before they get in a boat full of dope and start heading north again.
I think you're right. Well, and I can imagine for you as co-chair of the Border Security Caucus that you are delighted to no longer be in a position where you have to stop the bleeding at the southern border, but you can move on to things that will advance the causes of this country and of Republicans and of President Trump. Things like what's going to be involved in the next CR. You guys are hard at work up on Capitol Hill. Give me your forecast of what that's going to look like, some of those priorities.
Well, we're going to get a CR pass. I have very great confidence in our Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. The Democrats and the mainstream media they really haven't given him a serious look, and then all of a sudden he comes through every single time. So I'm very confident in his leadership, and we've already gotten our continuing resolution text. We've got that's come across, so we know what it's going to say. It's going to be what we call a clean continuing resolution, or clean CR, that is going to be a continuation of the funding that was already on the books to keep our government open through November the 21st. And we're going to get her done. We're going to prevent a government shutdown in spite of Chuck Schumer and the Democrats that want to close this government down. They are not willing to keep the government open in spite of the dangers of it. So we're going to do it. We're going to get the job done, Amanda. I'm proud of it.
I'm confident of that, not just because of yours and other Republicans' efforts, but also because I think Democrats are finally learning. In the past, they have been able to basically be a major catalyst for shutdowns, but then shift the blame to Republicans somehow. I don't think that's going to happen this time. Number one, because the sentiment has shifted, but also number two, you've got folks like Senator John Fetterman out there saying, Democrats, don't cause a shutdown. It's not good for the American people. So I think you guys actually might have a better chance this time around of not having as much Democrat obstruction, because they know that they're not going to be able to blame it on you guys this time.
Well, they underestimate us every single time, and every single time we have delivered the goods, and President Trump's America First agenda is moving forward, and they ought to listen to Fetterman. The guy's got more sense than most of the rest of them, apparently. So we're serious about this. America's on a new path. We got the new sheriff in town, and I'm proud to be working on that America First agenda myself.
Yes, sir. And we are proud of the work that you do, and we appreciate it so much. And thank you so much for being on the show tonight, sir.
Thank you, Amanda. God bless.
Same to you, sir. All right, everybody. Next, Arizona Congressman Abe Hamadeh is going to be joining the show to talk more about Charlie Kirk and more. Stay with us. Tell me the truth. How many different beauty potions do you have sitting on your bathroom counter right now? If it's more than just Vibrant Super C Serum, listen up. The ingredients in this one bottle can replace your day creams, your eye creams, your night creams, your neck creams, your wrinkle creams, and your dark spot reducers. It's made in the USA with the highest quality ingredients, including vitamin C, hyaluronic acid, vitamin B5, and vitamin E. Super C Serum delivers noticeable results. Simplify your skincare routine, get a healthier complexion, and minimize wrinkles and age spots with Vibrance. And if you don't find it better than your current skincare routine, you'll get a full refund. So go to Vibrance.com/justnews to save up to 37% off and free shipping. That is Vibrance, Vibriance, Vibrance.com/justnews.
Hey, just want to say thank you for your service.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you who served and gave everything for the cause of freedom. We don't take that lightly. So thank you for everything you've done and sacrificed for us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
We're ready for our ticket.
It's been paid.
People thank me for my service all the time. But I want to thank you for being someone
worth fighting for. You make it all worth it. If you really want to thank me and other veterans like me, go to helpdav.org and support disabled American veterans. That is the best way to say thank you and keep our promise to our nation's heroes.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by going to helpdav.org right now, or call the number on your screen and give your monthly support of only $19. Your support lets our disabled veterans know you appreciate them and everything they have sacrificed for us. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
When you support DAV, you're showing veterans like me that you were worth fighting for.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support in this moment honors our veteran service.
Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. A lot of focus since the tragic assassination of our friend and colleague Charlie Kirk last week, and it's been on the media top to bottom, and for good reason. A lot of the rhetoric that has contributed to the rise in political violence in recent years has come from them. And joining me now to discuss that and much more is Arizona Congressman Abe Hamadeh. Congressman, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Amanda.
You know, I know that you have talked about this, a lot of us have, that the media and the left, whether it is elected Democrats or people who support elected Democrats, they've spent years calling Americans all sorts of nasty names: Nazis, white supremacists, insurrectionists, election deniers. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So I suppose when we look back at what happened last Wednesday, it's not that much of a surprise.
Sadly not, but this is what we're dealing with the militant left. I mean, They are willing to kill for their beliefs. And you mentioned it correctly, that they've been calling us white supremacists, Nazis, election deniers, threats to democracy. What did they expect to happen? I mean, they've been radicalizing members of their own party and members of this movement for a long time. And Amanda, they tried to assassinate President Trump last year. They locked up Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon last year. And now, unfortunately, they killed and assassinated Charlie Kirk in the most brutal way. And obviously, my condolences go out to his family, his friends, his colleagues, and the supporters. And, it's affected my staff deeply because so many of my staff have personally worked for Charlie and they worked at Turning Point. And, being from Arizona, Charlie was from Arizona. He was Arizona's son. And I think we're taking a little bit harder than most around the country, but it is inspiring to see the lives he actually touched because, as you know, the amount of people who are now in the media and government and positions of power who are inspired by Charlie Kirk because he went on those college campuses and recruited people to be pro-America. It's truly inspiring. Now look at what's happening. His death, there is some good coming out of it. You're seeing this awakening of people. The Turning Point announced you had 30,000+ new chapters, people wanting to start new chapters at their high schools and universities. But it shouldn't have ended that way. And my thoughts and prayers go out to Erica and her 2 children.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. And, I want to leave people like George Soros out of this question because I do believe that George Soros has malevolent and even demonic intentions when it comes to sowing discord and dividing and ultimately destroying this country. So I want to leave that fringe faction out. And I want to just talk about elected Democrats. Do you think that with Democrats and their messaging, with all of this leading up to Charlie Kirk's assassination, and frankly, even some of their messaging since Charlie Kirk's assassination, do you think that maybe behind closed doors, I know what they're saying face forward, but behind closed doors, maybe they're a little concerned that the dog caught up with the bumper?
I hope they are, but unfortunately, I think that the Democrat Party has been hijacked by these militant left-wing radicals. And, I see it every single day. You see these posts on Facebook, on TikTok. There's people celebrating Charlie's death. And I know it's a minority, but it worries me that it is prevalent in the Democratic Party that allows them to control primaries. And, I just passed one of my first bipartisan bills just this week with a colleague in the Congress, and it was a Democrat. So I understand that you can get along and work with Democrats, but the Democrat Party has to wake up to the fact that they're either going to go to the communist ways or they have to revert back to being pro-America, like how it was under Tip O'Neill, where you can negotiate and have disagreements over policies. But right now, this is fundamental disagreements. The left-wing lunatics, they want to destroy our country. It's pretty apparent right now, and they're willing to kill in order to enact their agenda. And that is why this moment, everybody knows it's so different. And man, it hits home for me especially. I have family that comes from Syria, comes from Venezuela. I don't want to see the United States of America turn into one of those countries where political violence becomes a norm. And, I know it took a lot to get here, but unfortunately, you're going to have a new generation of leadership, people like myself standing up right now at this critical time. There's so many young people that they shouldn't have to enter politics with the stakes so high where they're scared to enter it because they're worried that they might be targeted on campuses or targeted because of who they work for. But I know that, we're either going to go down in history as a generation that lost our country, but I refuse to believe that. I think we're going to go down in history as a generation that saved America. And that's why I'm in this fight.
Yeah, I know. And sir, I want to ask you about, in the interest of bipartisanship, last night you guys held this vigil for Charlie, and I think that there were maybe half a dozen Democrats there, which I frankly, I'm glad. This is so sad to say, the bar is so low, but I guess I'm glad that there were even 6 of them there. For all of the other Democrats who didn't show up, and for the ones who did not support a moment of silence on the floor of the House, what's their reasoning?
Again, I think that a lot of them, unfortunately, are captured by the radical left-wing lunatics. You see in New York, you have Zohran Mamdani, a communist guy who's going to become the mayor of that once great city. So this is where the Democrat Party has to have a reckoning of what they're dealing with, what George Soros has been spreading for many years, and now it's coming to fruition. But it was nice to see, when you have a Monday vote, there's a lot of members of Congress who fly in pretty late, and maybe they weren't there on time as well. But just to have 6 Democrats, yes, we're setting the bar a little too low, but it is a sign, right, that there is a pulse within that party that I hope that they can go and capture it back.
Yeah, I certainly hope so as well. I want to ask you about the media disinformation. I would say malinformation, because I absolutely think it's intentional. You can't hardly look at the information that has come out about Tyler Robinson and say he's one of MAGA's own. So you've got people like Jimmy Kimmel and even some members of Congress who are out there spreading false information, denying the fact that this guy, was, as his mother told investigators, that he was swinging more and more to the left, that he was becoming more and more radical in defense of LGBTQ, trans rights, all that kind of stuff. How do we, like in the instance of Jimmy Kimmel, I know he's got his audience. He's got these people that are still listening to him, even though he cries on air like an idiot and it's no longer even a funny show. So maybe we consider those people lost. But for everyone else, how do we combat those types of lies?
Well, we have to always speak the truth. It's what Charlie Kirk did. And Amanda, what I believe is happening is that we're going through another mass formation psychosis. It's obvious. The ones who are refusing to believe facts and truth, the fact that the killer, the assassin, was a left-wing militant, they want to pin him on it being a MAGA Republican with no evidence, no facts, because what they hear on MSNBC or on some TikTok videos, they want that to be their reality. So they're willing to go and fight and die for that to be their reality. But the truth is, everybody knows the truth. Most Americans know what the truth is, that this man was radicalized based off of internet chat rooms that was promoting LGBTQ agenda, making it seem like President Trump, who, by the way, is one of the most pro-gay presidents. He got many members of his cabinet are gay. And, he's friends with Caitlyn Jenner, who's transgender. So that's what's happening. The left makes it seem like this is an existential crisis and it's an existential threat that they have to go and kill for their beliefs. When in reality, what's happening is on our side, the Republican side, the America First movement, we were targeted. We were bankrupted. We had people going to jail. We had them trying to lock up President Trump for hundreds of years with phony indictments. And, look at our response. Somebody said that after George Floyd was killed in Minnesota, you saw the country burning because of what the militant left did. And when Charlie Kirk was brutally murdered, what we had was people going back to church and holding vigil services for him. That's the difference. This is a fight of good versus evil, and people who have clear eyes see that right now.
Absolutely. Sir, I want to ask you quickly before we let you go. Director Patel appeared before the Senate Judiciary Committee, and he was asked by Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana if they thought that this was still a solo effort or if there was further coordination. What are your thoughts? Do you anticipate that this guy worked alone, or do you think he had help?
I believe he had help. I think he had help from the online internet groups. I think that's kind of what inspired him. And based off some evidence that the neighbors saw many vehicles coming in from out of state license plates. To what extent that is, I don't know. But clearly the shooter was familiar with guns. But I do think that he was motivated and inspired and kind of egged on by some of these people on the internet chats. And I'll just tell you, Director Kash Patel, he's been doing a great job. And it's not fair to see the people coming after him. They caught the killer in 33 hours based off his direction of releasing the photos and videos. I remember the Boston Marathon bombers. That took a long time to catch those terrorists, and same with the Washington, D.C. sniper. So, I know we live in this fast age where people want to expect results so quickly, but 33 hours to catch a man who had a lot of time to get away. Kash Patel and the local law enforcement did an excellent job, and I'm glad that we could hopefully get some justice for Charlie Kirk.
Absolutely. Well, Congressman, you and your other Republican colleagues, please be safe, because the left has told us that everybody has targets on their back now. So please, please, please be cognizant, especially when you're out here in Washington. But Congressman, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Amanda.
Great to see you. All right, everybody, we're going to take a very quick break, and we will be right back on the other side. Are you a yo-yo dieter? You diet, you lose weight, but you gain it all back, plus a few extra pounds, and then later you lose it, and then you regain it again and again and again. And it's dangerous. Studies show that it can increase your risk of heart attack, stroke, type 2 diabetes, and other health problems. Breaking free of your yo-yo diet pattern is a main reason doctors created Lean. Lean is a supplement, it's not an injection, and you don't need a prescription. And the science behind Lean is very impressive. It's studied natural ingredients, target weight loss in 3 powerful ways. Lean helps maintain healthy blood sugar, it helps control appetite and cravings, and it helps burn fat by converting fat into energy. So listen, if you are tired of losing weight and gaining it all back, if you want to lose meaningful weight at a healthy pace, Lean was created just for you. So let me get you started with 20% off when you enter Just News at TakeLean.com. That's Just News at TakeLean.com.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $100 off with code AHS100. Visit AHS.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food because of disasters, food shortages, rising prices, you name it. Well, let me show you something. This tote right here has enough food for breakfast, lunch, dinner, even snacks for 3 full months. And right now, when you order one of these 3-month survival food kits, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free, guys. So you see that square on your screen? That's called a QR code. Now, here's how to use it. Just pick up your smartphone and open up your camera, right? Point it at that QR code. Now you're gonna see right in the picture there that this link pops up, that one right there. Tap that link and it's gonna take you to this deal right now. These kits can last up to 25 years, the food tastes great, and guess what? It's your food security plan. And today, you get way more while paying much less. But only if you scan the code before the deal ends, all right? So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month food kit. And guys, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free, but only if you scan this code before it ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month survival food kit and get 2 months absolutely free.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. We've been focusing a lot on the media tonight and their rhetoric before and after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And it's not just the media, though. Did you know, for example, that the Biden administration smeared Charlie and Turning Point USA as so-called violent extremists? A Media Research Center report reveals federal agencies have spent millions pushing reckless rhetoric designed to discredit conservative leaders and groups like Turning Point USA. Kirk himself sounded the alarm on X, exposing how Biden's DHS spent $40 million on an anti-terrorism program that actually compared Turning Point USA, Heritage, and PragerU to Nazis. So joining me now to talk about it is Media Research Center Vice President Dan Schneider. Dan, great to see you, my friend.
Amanda, great seeing you. It's unfortunate we have to be talking about this type of topic.
Yeah.
But President Trump, when he announced that Charlie Kirk had been murdered, assassinated, Trump said he was going to get to the bottom of who's funding these sorts of terrible things. And the sad thing is Trump's predecessor, Joe Biden, Secretary Mayorkas at DHS, they were using our tax dollars to fund some of these efforts. It really is disgusting and sad. And Congress really needs to look into this again.
Absolutely. Well, and I was just talking to Congressman Abe Hamadeh about this. I mean, you've got the George Soros side of things, the radical, insidious messaging and funding that works its way into practically every entity of the Democrat Party and leftists in this country. But you look at the media and the way that they are proffering this, and you look at what this kid did, I think that a lot of us would like to believe that it's not coming from officials, from Democrat Party leaders, from the former President Joe Biden, but they're just as guilty as all of these fringe people.
Look, the left uses the phrase whole of society approach when they try to radicalize things. And the whole of society includes government officials, it includes academia, it includes media, it includes entertainment, it includes every single aspect of our lives. The left has taken over these institutions to clamp down on freedom, clamp down on the idea of America. But yeah, it included the Biden administration attacking Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. TP USA was one of about a dozen organizations specifically targeted by DHS. That, as you indicated, it included the Heritage Foundation, and it included Prager University. It included the Republican Party itself. And there's been this widespread effort on the left to, as we all know, to demonize conservatives as less than human beings, as Nazis, and as threats to democracy. And in fact, just to state the obvious, democracy requires that people who disagree with each other be able to discuss their disagreements and resolve them through the political process, not through violence.
Have you seen any indication, Dan, that there are any come to Jesus moments with anyone on the left? Of course, I hear all of them, or not all of them, some of them saying we need to tone it down, we need to come back together and unite. But have you seen any indication that they actually mean it?
You know, Amanda, a phrase that I've seen out of the left when they're pretending to be sensitive to this issue, they'll say, even Charlie Kirk did not deserve to be killed.
Right.
Yes. Singling him out as if he's a rabid dog,
yes.
That even a rabid dog does not deserve to be killed. So even when they're kind of pretending to soften their message, implicit in it is still this dehumanizing approach. And until the left acknowledges that it's the radicals who are murdering people and attempting to kill them, until they acknowledge that the bulk of the problem is on that side, I don't know how we resolve this. But let me just point one thing out, Amanda. These radicals who are murderous, they're also attacking Democrats.
Right.
You know, so when
Josh
we
Shapiro,
hear that,
yeah.
Exactly. When we hear that Democrats are being attacked too, well, that doesn't mean that the violence isn't coming from an even more radical element, to the left of Josh Shapiro. But that's where these attacks are generally coming from, the radical left.
I know, it's incredible. And I am getting so sick of that both sides argument, because exactly as you pointed out, the Minnesota representatives and Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania, it's coming from the own faction of their party. So when we get into a debate with someone and someone says, well, it's both sides of the aisle, they're oftentimes using ADL statistics, Anti-Defamation League statistics that frankly, they do some good work, but there's a lot of time that their stuff is slanted in the wrong direction. How do we combat that debate? How would we do it like Charlie would do it?
Look, when we actually get into the trial of this sick monster who murdered Charlie, assassinated him, the left is no longer going to be able to claim that they can't understand what the motive of this was.
Right.
You'd think that eventually, if they look in a mirror long enough, they'll be able to see their reflection. But Amanda, I just don't know. I don't know how we get through this brick wall of illogic.
How can we convince them to shake the trans issue as a hill to die on? Because you would think that something like this would cause that. We've already seen the UK abandon it. Thankfully, the UK has passed legislation and they have nationally recognized that there are two genders. But we haven't gone that direction. I would think that something like this would cause the left to say, okay, this is not going to end up being a winning issue. Also, the election in November, that should have taught them that. Do you anticipate them leaving this issue behind?
The fundamental problem we're dealing with here is that the Democrat Party, that used to be, a mainstream pro-America party, has been hijacked by the radicals. And those radicals sort of operate with Marxist theory that they have to have change for change's sake. Chaos for chaos' sake. Mm-hmm. So you can't speak reason to a radical who believes that chaos and change for change's sake are essential elements of their agenda. I ultimately, regular mainstream Democrats are going to have to take their party back, rip it out of the hands of these radicals, and restore their own party to something that what the Democrat Party looked like in the 1980s and before that. Yeah. Until then, our political system is going to be, in a really bad place.
Yeah, I just fear that there aren't enough moderate Democrats who are willing to be loud. The only one I can really think of is John Fetterman, and he's pretty aggressive when it comes to defending moderate democratic values, but he's basically the only one. So I hope you're right, Dan. I hope that there are better angels within that party who emerge and fight for really the soul of the Democrat Party. Dan Schneider, thanks so much for being with us tonight.
Thanks, Amanda.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. Next, we've got Colorado Congressman Jeff Crank, and he's going to be here to discuss a lot of issues. We'll be right back.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, everybody. Last night, many members of Congress gathered together for a vigil for Charlie Kirk in the Capitol, in the Statuary Hall. And we showed you that live right here on this program last night. So we are still mourning for Charlie all over this country and all over the world, really. And we all have to ask, how do we stop something like this from happening again? So joining me to discuss just that and more is Colorado Congressman Jeff Crank. Congressman, thank you so much for being here.
Amanda, thanks for having me.
Sir, you know, the more that we see text messages revealed from the FBI, we hear about associations of this young man, different political groups that he was a part of. We are continuing to see this trans commonality. And it feels like we are hearing this with much more rapidity as we hear about these crimes and people getting shot, whether it's in schools, whether it's in churches, whether it is, in this case, at a political rally. I don't mean to demonize one segment of society, but really, how do we stop this from happening again?
Well, yeah, I think, first of all, we need to investigate this fully. And I know that the FBI is doing that. And we know that it was this gunman who did it. But are there other people involved? And I think that the FBI needs to fully investigate that. Were there other people who encouraged him to a point where he decided that violence was the answer? And so we've really got to nail that down. And if we find other people who were involved in this, they need to be prosecuted as well if they committed crimes. And we've really got to examine some of these groups that are out there, because if you really think about it, we've had a couple of shootings. We had, school shooting, church shooting, and others, where we have had some trans people involved. And is there an orchestrated effort here on the part of some in the trans community who are inciting this kind of violence and think that that is something that is acceptable or okay? Violence in our political system is never okay. You know, in my district many years ago, and I was a talk radio show host for 14 years in my district. While I was on air many years, there was a shooting at a Planned Parenthood facility by a pro-life activist. He was a crazy person. And at the end of the day, I mean, the first thing that I did was condemn him, right? I'm pro-life, but we have an obligation to make sure that people understand violence is not the answer. And I will just say this, while I think we all have that obligation right now, whether Republican, Democrat, conservative, or liberal, all Americans have an obligation to defend our First Amendment and to condemn these kinds of attacks. But I will say that the left has a problem. They need to confront it, and they are the ones that need to stand very strongly and condemn this kind of action, just like I do. But they need to confront this. There is a problem, I think, on the left of using political violence or violence because of political reasons.
Yeah, well, and I was just talking to someone at MRC, Dan Schneider at Media Research Center in the last block, and we were talking about, the soul of the Democrat Party, I feel like, is lost or different or something. And, you see this Mamdani effect where the policies of the Democrat Party seem to have all of a sudden just either created a schism in the party or have just completely changed the party altogether. How do we come together with a party that we don't even recognize anymore?
Yeah. Well, Amanda, first of all, the attack on Charlie Kirk was an attack on America, because it was an attack on the values that we hold dear. And every American, Democrat or Republican, in the past has held dear the right to free speech, the right to express our own views without fear of violence here in America. That's what our founding fathers believed. And so if we have political parties that can't embrace that and can't understand that's a real problem. And, let's be honest, that's what the radical left, whether it's Mamdani or, socialism or communism, that's what they believe, is that the government has the right to shut you down and your speech. And so we can't allow people to get to that point. I would call on every good Democrat, every good person out there on the left to stand up and really condemn this and in the strongest possible terms say that we don't stand for this kind of violence.
Congressman, I want to ask you about the vigil last night, because there were a few Democrats who were there, and I hope that is a glimmer of light for the Democrat Party. But for those who didn't show up, have you asked them, how can they justify not showing up for this? Because like you said, this was an attack on America. Why would they not show up for an attack on America?
Yeah, no, I haven't really asked those who weren't there why they weren't there. There were some Democrats, and I give them great credit to the ones who did show up, because it does take courage to do that. And, and I have to ask myself, would I show up if this were, someone on the left who there was political violence committed? And I hope that I would have the courage. I think I would have the courage to show up and condemn that. But yeah, it's a frustrating thing. We should all, as Americans, this is an easy one. We see the rest of the world is mourning this. And it's Charlie Kirk, because Charlie was a good man. He was a man of faith. He was a man of God, and he loved his country, he loved liberty and freedom. But at the end of the day, people are upset all around the world because they see what the idea here that was assassinated. And the idea that was assassinated when Charlie Kirk was assassinated was the idea that we can disagree and still be friends. And that's a sad thing for a society. And I think to myself, all of the people who are out there, these sick individuals who are out there celebrating and thinking that it's okay to do that. I mean, we are morally bankrupt if we believe that as a society. And I believe Americans don't believe that. I think these people that are out there doing that need to go back to their roots. Maybe they need to go back and have mom and dad raise them again and teach them that we don't celebrate those sorts of things. We celebrate life, no matter if we agree or disagree with someone politically.
Yeah. Sir, before I let you go, I want to ask you about these numbers that we have seen regarding people requesting applications to start a chapter at their high school or their college for a Turning Point chapter. Does that give you hope? Do you anticipate that this is going to have a long-reaching and long-lasting effect, or is this just, ephemeral in light of what happened last week? Does that give you hope?
It does. Amanda, I knew Charlie Kirk. I served on the Air Force Academy Board of Visitors with Charlie, not for very long, but for a little while. But I've known him for a while. I've been to many events, and we've been speakers at events together and things like that. So I knew him, but I will tell you, even I was a little shocked at the reaction of of the current generation, the younger generation, and their reaction to this assassination, because to them, it was almost a little bit of their innocence died when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And I do think that you're seeing this uptick in, hopefully in patriotism and love for the First Amendment, for the values that we all hold dear and that our Constitution protects. But I am heartened to see all of these chapters, all of these requests for new chapters, and for young people to really embrace the values, not just of Charlie Kirk, but frankly, they're the values of faith, of freedom, and of our Constitution. And I really am heartened by that and think that it will be a good thing in the end for our country.
Yeah, I think so too. I hope so. Colorado Congressman Jeff Crank, thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Thank you, Amanda. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, I've got a few more examples of some ridiculous media reactions to Charlie Kirk. So we're going to wrap up the show with that, as well as some of the kind words of Vice President J.D. Vance that he had to say about Charlie when he filled in for his show. We'll have that after this.
Hi, I'm Ty Pennington, here for Choice Home Warranty. They protect my home from expensive repairs, and they can do the same for you. No matter if it's your refrigerator, plumbing, or more than 20 other home systems and appliances, Choice Home Warranty has saved millions of homeowners a whole lot of money. For a low monthly fee, you get their nationwide network of trusted local technicians with plans that cover repairs and replacements done quickly and the right way.
I would recommend anyone who is listening to this to call Choice Home Warranty. It eliminates anxiety, frustration, and it saves you money.
No more headaches searching for technicians. No more budget-breaking chaos. Just a peace of mind of having Choice Home Warranty at your service. I trust Choice Home Warranty with my home, and you should too.
Don't let an appliance or home system break the bank, leaving you stressed. Call Choice Home Warranty before that happens and get your first month free. Plus, call in the next 5 minutes and we'll give you free limited roof leak coverage. That's a $70 value, free. Just call now. Call 800-359-5664.
We've been a Choice Home Warranty customer for almost 9 years.
And we couldn't be more happy with their service that we get from Choice Home Warranty.
Year after year, Choice Home Warranty is recognized as the nation's top home warranty and has thousands of 5-star reviews from real homeowners. Experience real budget protection and call Choice Home Warranty now.
Stop throwing money down the toilet chasing contractors. Call Choice Home Warranty now and save big with their special offer of your first month free and free limited roof coverage. Don't wait another minute. Call now.
Call Choice Home Warranty for your free personalized quote and to get your first month free. Call in the next 5 minutes, and as our special offer, you'll receive free limited roof coverage. That's over $100 in savings. This offer won't last long. Call now to lock in your rate and save big. Call 800-359-5664. 800-359-5664.
Welcome back, everybody, to our final segment of the night. Listen, I know that sometimes we all see media headlines, we see clips on Twitter, whatever the case may be, and it just boils our blood. And I will admit that I am the top of the list when it comes to people who are guilty of going on X and just boiling my own blood. And at some point we do have to step away from it. But I think it's also important to keep tabs on the media and to call them out. And there is this ridiculous headline from Reuters that I want to show you. Charlie Kirk's allies warn Americans, mourn him properly or else. So first of all, this is exactly the crap that was happening before Charlie Kirk was assassinated that led to this types of stuff. It is the assertion that people on the right are forcible about something, that we are forcing you to mourn Charlie Kirk. We're not forcing you to mourn Charlie Kirk. We're not even forcing you to mourn him properly. We're not doing anything. We're just saying that you can't incite violence. You can't tweet things like that. Whose name is on the next bullet. I hope the bullet's okay. Everyone else has a target on their back. You aren't allowed to have open season on conservatives and then act like the victim when we start calling you out. For those of you who have lost your jobs, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry at all. And by the way, if you live in a right to work state, your boss can fire you for any reason whatsoever or no reason whatsoever. So if you live in one of those, I believe 28 states in this country that are right to work, and you call up an attorney trying to sue your employer for wrongful termination, you're going to get hung up on, or you're going to get a very polite, sorry, read the Constitution and read the statutes under right to work, because we're not going to represent you. Okay, now that I've got that off my chest, I want to show for you guys this from yesterday. So Charlie Kirk, the show opened yesterday by stating that Charlie was very smart and thanked him for garnering support for President Trump and himself. Check this out.
Filling in for somebody who cannot be filled in for, but I'm going to try to do my best. My dear friend, the great Charlie Kirk. The last several days have been extremely hard for our country. They've been hard for me, hard for my family, hard for the countless people in this building who knew and loved Charlie Kirk. And of course, they've been hardest most of all for his darling wife, Erica, and their two beautiful children. The thing is, every single person in this building, we owe something to Charlie. He was a joyful warrior for our country. He loved America. He devoted himself tirelessly to making our country a better place. He was a critical part of getting Donald Trump elected as president, getting me elected as vice president. And so much of our success over the last 7 months is due to his efforts, his staffing, his support, and his friendship.
Just incredible. What an incredible and indelible mark and legacy that Charlie Kirk has left on this country and the entire world. As I said, I mean, we all woke up to the news that there were prayer vigils popping up all over the world. And I will echo what one of my guests said tonight. When you look at, the wake of the George Floyd riots and the Summer of Love and Antifa and all of the times that when they were mad, when they were angry, when they felt hurt, when one of their own was killed or hurt, the reaction that they had was destruction. And the reaction that Charlie Kirk supporters, the people who loved him and knew him and just followed him, the people who supported him, very, very different reactions. Peaceful protests, not even protests, just people out there praying for the family and praying for this country. It's a stark difference. Have a great night.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years. To buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on the screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. Listen, it was a big day on the floor of the United States Senate, at least in the hearing room, where we learned today exactly why we wanted my buddy Kash Patel to become the director of the FBI. He wasn't taking crap from anybody. The Democrats came to try to sink Kash Patel. They did not do very well. Your least favorite senator and mine, Pencil Neck Adam Schiff, got it handed to him by Kash Patel today.
No, I think the American people believe the truth, that I'm not in the weeds on the everyday movements of inmates.
Not in the weeds.
What I am doing is protecting this country, providing historic reform, and combating the weaponization of intelligence by the likes of you. And we have countlessly proven you to be a liar in Russiagate, in January 6th. You are the biggest fraud to ever sit in the United States Senate. You are a disgrace to this institution and an utter coward.
A disgrace to this institution and an utter coward. I don't know how else to explain Adam Schiff. There's no better way to explain it. But it wasn't just him. The Democrats' behavior today inside the halls of the United States Senate really put in display what we're seeing with the demise of the Democrat Party. It put on display why they are intolerant and even turn to violence. This was Cory Booker.
That rant of false information does not bring this country together. If you want to work on bringing this country, it's my time, not yours.
My God.
If you want to talk about
dividing this country,
it is my
I follow
time.
you on your social media posts that
It is
tear
my
this country
time
apart.
to address your falsehoods.
Oh,
You are an
you can try
embarrassment
all
to the
you
division
want
in this country.
to not take responsibility for what
You
you
had
have
your
said.
time.
Sir, you're
Your
making a
time is
mockery of this
over.
committee. Sir, you don't tell me my time is over.
You
The
know how
people
far
of New
we've
Jersey
come
tell me
since
what my
Utah?
time is. You can't lecture me.
Oh, he can, and he did. That was after Cory Booker told him Trump was going to fire him. There's no way President Trump is firing Kash Patel. I will tell you that right now. Now, we did get other meaningful information out of this hearing, specifically about the alleged sniper who took out our buddy Charlie Kirk, this Tyler Robinson individual. We learned more about the investigation and the expansion of that investigation. This was Josh Hawley and Kash Patel.
And we're also going to be investigating anyone and everyone involved in that Discord chat.
Okay, very good. I see the public reports that the Discord thread had as many as 20 additional users. It sounds like you're trying to run down all of that to see if that's accurate, who else may have been on that thread, what they may have known. Is that fair to say?
It's a lot more than that, and we're running them all down.
It's a lot more than 20?
Yes, sir.
And you're running all of that to ground?
Every single one.
Yeah, fantastic.
Look, what we're learning is it's not just the Discord chat, but all of his communications. There may be many people who knew about this assassination plot and didn't do anything about it. That's a big problem. I want to bring in now founder and editor of the Gateway Pundit, Jim Hoft, is back with us. Jim, it's great to see you. Welcome to the program.
Be your first guest because I get to hear your opening, and it is outstanding every time I come on.
Well, I appreciate that coming from you, Jim. I guess I should get your reaction to Kash Patel and his performance today.
I thought Kash came into his own today. I have never seen him like that. I think that's what we've been wanting to see, is a fighter. And we know Kash has that inside him. And, it was disappointing to see him when he went out to Utah and he was, placed in the background. And we had this bloviating Governor Cox who was lecturing us as Americans. That was the last thing I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear Kash. And today, I think he really owned the seat of power that he commands, and that is the FBI. And I thought he just took it to him one after another. And I loved every minute of it. It's about time.
You know, this radiates from the top because President Trump gives him the leeway to be like this. Gone are the days of this, I'll call it respectful back and forth between senators and cabinet members. Those days are gone because there's nothing respectful about the Democrats, and the president clearly has given the people underneath him to go after with the fire and fury that only President Trump knows how to show, the best of all of them.
Well, absolutely. And especially, Grant, when they're sitting there and lying about the president and lying about cash and lying about what they've been up to at the FBI under his leadership. Good for Cash for setting them straight. You can't just sit there and let these people lie about you. And it shows you how desperate, disgusting, despicable the Democrats have become, that they would do that. You know, this is the same week that this far left boy in Utah, you know, gunned down an innocent American in cold blood in front of thousands of people. And they have no regret. No, they haven't changed a bit. We've seen their supporters out there saying these horrible things online. And yet here we go into the Senate. And now you understand why, because these people are leading that effort and they're pushing lies and filth on the American public.
Jim, there was some information to come out of this hearing that I think is getting overshadowed, probably rightly overshadowed by Charlie Kirk's assassination, but it is getting overshadowed. And this was following the Russian collusion. I call it the Obama collusion hoax now. We're now learning about the FBI, their leaks to the media, but also the FBI's targeting of conservative groups, including Turning Point USA. They put them under the microscope, in the crosshairs of the FBI. Listen to Chuck Grassley explain this.
On that political list was one of Charlie Kirk's groups, Turning Point USA. In other words, Arctic Frost wasn't just a case to politically investigate Trump. It was the vehicle by which partisan FBI agents and Department of Justice prosecutors could achieve their partisan ends and improperly investigate the entire Republican political apparatus.
And Jim, it really was, including the Republican National Committee on that list of the FBI targeting all of these things. I know the Gateway pundit, yourself, your brother have been on the forefront of exposing this. What went through your head when you started to hear this laid out in the committee room today?
I thought that it's not a surprise at all, Grant. You know, we know that these things were happening. The Biden administration declared war on their political opposition. Of course, we were part of that. I believe you were part of that. Thousands of Republicans and conservatives and MAGA people were punished during their time in office. And so this doesn't come as a surprise at all. That's what they did. That's what they focused on. And I hope that there is some justice that's coming for these people who did those wicked things.
Yeah, we certainly want that retribution. Lastly, I'll leave you with this. I know Peter Navarro is a friend of yours. He's a friend of this program. He's working again for President Trump. As you know, he was persecuted, caught up in all this, went to prison. They claimed that he was combative the first time they served him a subpoena, which is why they went in there, all but guns blazing when they arrested Peter Navarro. We now have the audio tape, thanks to Chuck Grassley. You tell me, Jim, if this is combative.
Just coming and banging on doors and
we knock on people's doors.
Intimidation.
Well, sir.
What is this about? Do you have any idea what this is about, or you just run dunes for the FBI? Tell me.
So we're here to ask you a couple questions.
I'm not answering any questions.
Okay.
I got the subpoena. You get the out of here now, okay?
Okay.
Just get the out of here.
Sir,
go next door. This is intimidation by Merrick Garland, by the FBI. You guys ought to be ashamed of yourselves, okay? Have a great day. Yeah.
Jim, lastly, that doesn't sound combative to me. It sounds like a guy who's angry about getting served unlawfully.
Yeah, I have newfound respect for Peter Navarro. That was just that was outstanding, and that's exactly what I think Americans should do when something like this is happening. I'm glad he questioned those FBI agents. What the heck were they doing? You know,
yeah, exactly.
So good for Peter.
It's the question everybody wants to know. What the heck were they doing? In the end, we know exactly what they were doing, trying to sink President Trump and really all of us. And we're not taking it anymore. Not lying down. Jim Hoft of the Gateway Pundit, it's always great having you on the program. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks, Grant.
Absolutely. All right, turning now to some updates of the investigation into the case. The Utah Attorney General, this is the case, of course, of the alleged assassin of Charlie Kirk, talked about the text messages that investigators have found. Listen to this.
The following text exchange, then took place. After reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right? Robinson, I am still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you." Roommate, you weren't the one who did it, right? Robinson, I am. I'm sorry.
And he also talked about why he did it. Listen to this.
Roommate, why? Robinson, why did I do it? Roommate, yeah. Robinson, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Roommate, how long have you been planning this? Robinson, a bit over a week, I believe.
Talked about having to stop Charlie Kirk's so-called hate. Certainly sounds like a confession to me. So now the big question becomes, mental health professionals didn't see this. You had what was a young man from we're told, a Christian family. I don't know how you put some of the pictures on Facebook that they did of him strangling President Trump, but nobody notices that he started to become radicalized, as investigators say. No mental health professional stops this. And then I look at what happened to Irina Zarutska. You had a crazed lunatic on that train in Charlotte, North Carolina, that slits the throat. And what happens? Nothing. I want to bring in now to talk about all of this. The president of the Crime Prevention Research Center, Dr. John Lott, is with us. Dr. Lott, it's great to have you on the program.
Well, thanks for having me on, Grant.
Well, I saw your piece about what's the backup plan. If mental health professionals can't spot would-be killers, what in the world do we do, John?
Right. Yeah. I mean, obviously we have a mental health problem here, if only because the vast majority of almost all of these mass public shooters have suicidal intent. But the problem is that over half of the last 25 years, over half of these mass murderers were actually seeing mental health care professionals within at least 6 months of when they did the attack. And not in one single case did any of these mental health care professionals identify any of these individuals as a danger to themselves or others. In fact, there's a whole academic literature which tries to explain the difficulties for how these mental health care professionals simply are not capable of going and identifying these individuals.
You know, it's interesting. You bring up the idea of suicide, and many of them, as you said, were suicidal. I've said in order to make statement killings like this, and today we also had the man who's accused of killing that United Healthcare CEO. He was in court in New York. In order to have statement killings like this, Luigi Mangione allegedly killing the CEO of United Healthcare. You've got Tyler Robinson allegedly killing Charlie Kirk. I've always believed you're prepared to die if you're going to carry this out, whether it's caught and you're put to the death penalty or whether you're going to be stuck going head to head with police. You're prepared to die. Does your research prove that to be true?
Well, they intend on dying almost always. These individuals want to get media attention. And they generally, for the ones that kill multiple people, know that the more people they kill, the more media attention that they're going to get. In the case of these individuals that go and kill somebody prominent, I'm sure that they often think they'll make a statement with regard to that. But these guys may be crazy in some sense, but they're not stupid. They know the more people they kill, the more media attention that they're going to get. And so for the ones that engage in mass killings, like the recent Minneapolis Catholic school shooter, or, you could go down the list of others, they want to go to a place where they know their victims can't defend themselves. They explicitly talk about it in their diaries and manifestos, because they know if they go to a place where their victims can't defend themselves, they know they're going to be able to go and kill more people and be able to get more media attention.
The people are really deranged. And by and large, we've seen this transgender movement taking place in many of these mass shootings. Then, of course, you have sick people carrying this stuff out. And then they even get supporters, if you can believe it. I've watched the downfall of the Democrat Party and humanity in general support the killer of Charlie Kirk. And certainly you had supporters of this Luigi Mangione. America's in a tough spot. I appreciate you breaking down some of the statistics for us, Dr. Lott. It's always good to see you. Thank you.
Thanks. You look at these trans, they're overrepresented by about 7 times more in terms of the mass public shootings than their share of the population. Yeah. And they fit this also, in the sense that the ones who have done these attacks want to commit suicide. But anyway, thank you very much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Crime Prevention Research Center, you do such great work there. You want to talk about these supporters. Cut 29. Listen to this. This is Luigi Mangione supporters outside court today. The guy murdered a CEO in cold blood.
I think they framed him as a patsy. I don't think they targeted him. I think they said, hey, here's a kid with good teeth and nice hair. Looks like that guy in the camera. Let's string him up.
Do you consider him a hero?
Yes, 100%.
But he's charged with murder.
Oh, well, we're hoping in a glimmer of hope that changes.
These people are lunatics. What happened after the killing of Charlie Kirk and seeing the left's reaction to that, it makes me sick to my stomach. How are they indoctrinated into this way of thinking? First and foremost, what the left does is make us all out to be villains, by the way. There's a reason they call us Nazis and fascists, because nobody likes a Nazi or a fascist. Nobody should. But they make us out to be that so they can justify people killing us. Who does this? Well, entertainment, Hollywood, video games, comic books. This is a soon-to-be-released cover of Batman, I believe. And this is a Batman comic where he's fighting the Klan. Well, of course we want him fighting the Klan. It's Batman, right? Except when they make you out to be the Klan when you're not the Klan. And it slowly indoctrinates these kids. How do we know this? I want to bring in world-famous comic book artist, writer, and founder of Big Man Comics. He worked for the big comic book companies on projects like Superman. Gabe El Taib is with us. Gabe, it's great to have you on the program.
Thank you for having me back. I've been on here a lot. I'm a regular around these parts, but it's an honor to be here. Thank you very much.
Well, you're a regular because we like what you have to say, Gabe. You tipped me off to this. Explain this a little bit more about what's at play here in many of these comic books.
Well, you were one of my first big supporters when I walked away from Warner Brothers and DC Comics 4 years ago now. It was mid-October 4 years ago, and I just got tired of their woke agenda and all the filth they were doing. But one thing that was pervasive the whole time I worked there was the aggressiveness that was allowed, the hatred that was allowed against people who were conservative or Christian or anything like that. And they allow these far leftists to come in as editors and artists and writers, and they will take these great characters owned like Batman, Superman, all that, and they'll use those characters' fame and prestige and then put in storylines where you, the audience, you, Grant, me, we're the villains. The Christians, the white man, rich people, married people, everyone that communist hates. Communist hates beautiful winners because they are typically ugly losers. And they will use these stories to indoctrinate that story into people's minds for years, for decades. You see it in movies, you see it in television, Netflix, Disney Plus, where the bad guy's always a white guy, always a straight guy, picking on black people, picking on gay people. And then you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi. And what do we do to Nazis, Grant? What are we supposed to do to them? Mm-hmm. And they brainwash these people with this stuff. And you might think I'm being hyperbolic, but no, tons of research shows that narrative, stories, books, movies, comics It's the most potent form of persuasion available to human beings.
All right. Let's go through some examples that you sent me. Alex Ross apparently is a somewhat famous comic book writer. He posted this. This is Superman. Nothing to see here yet. It says next to it. I'm not sure what that means, but Superman dodging bullets. Explain to me what this is.
Just a few seconds after the Charlie Kirk news broke, and Alex Ross is a painter, and he's not a writer per se. He's an illustrator. He's a painter, and that's one of his paintings. But seconds after Charlie Kirk is shot down, he posts this, and then he deletes it right away because people are like, wink, wink, oh, I get what you're saying. You know, someone, oh, too bad, can't deflect bullets. So that was taken down right away. So, and we saw some other things. You know, I was in the middle of working on some of my comics, and my daughter texted our family group chat that they shot Charlie Kirk. And then I saw, I don't know if you have it, but a writer for a brand new Batman comic that came out that day was saying vile things about Charlie Kirk, and I screenshotted it and I sent it off to the vice president of Warner Brothers DC Comics, Jim Lee. You know, and I told him, when is the? Oh, go ahead.
Well, I've got. Is this the Red Hood Batman comics? Yeah. So I've got that. That's VO24, guys. It basically read. This is Batman series writer Gretchen Felker Martin says about Charlie Kirk shooting. Thoughts and prayers, you Nazi witch with a B, and hope the bullet's okay after touching Charlie Kirk. That's about as vile as it gets. Did you get a response from Warner Brothers? No, I didn't. And I text that to Jim Lee's phone because he's the man that hired me. He was the boss at the studio I worked at for years, and I have his phone number. So I texted that to him so he would see it for sure. But many people posted it all over social media. It was getting tens of thousands of, retweets and views and all that, pressuring Warner Brothers like, what the hell? What are you guys doing with this stuff? It's disgusting. Is that still up?
That tweet, I'm sure those are all over the internet still. But that book was canceled. DC Comics did not put out an official statement or anything, but the news broke that book was canceled and that writer was fired the next day.
You know, you sent me a picture, number 26, guys, of an old comic book cover of Captain America punching Hitler.
Yeah.
Was this one well-intentioned, or was this the start of what we're seeing today?
No, this was well-intentioned, but leftists in the modern day, they will trot this out and post this particular cover over and over and over. And when you complain about the woke storylines, the anti-Christian, anti-American storylines, they'll go, comics have always been about punching you Nazis. See, it's right here. So we are Nazis just by their declaration, right? They just wave their hand and make it so. And then their proof is, well, look, Captain America's beating up Hitler. So, of course, we should stop you guys. You're all dangerous Nazis. So that original cover is decades old. That was not the intention of that one, but they use it as a cudgel now, things like that.
Interesting. Gabe El Taib, it's so fascinating to hear you talk about this and really expose this industry, which you think is just supposed to be superhero comics for our kids. And, your teens are reading this. If you can't get them to read a book, read a comic book at least. And now we're worried about the comic books indoctrinating our children. It's awful. Last word real quick for me.
I would tell people, conservatives, Christians, patriotic people, stop ignoring the arts. Stop discouraging children from being actors and artists and singers and dancers, because we ceded the cultural ground of the arts to the left. The arts are not inherently left. Go look at ancient architecture. All of that stuff praises where it came from. That's conservative. Giving up this part of the battleground is why you're in the hell you're in right now. It's indoctrinating kids.
Gabe, that is great advice. Do not discourage kids from going into the arts. We need them there. Don't discourage them from going into journalism. We need them there if they've got common sense, at least. Gabe El Taib, thank you. Big Man Comics is your company. I appreciate you coming on, as always.
Thank you so much, Grant. It's always a pleasure.
Absolutely. The pleasure is 100% mine. All right, folks. When inflation jumps and you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, do you ever think maybe now would be a good time to buy some gold? Whether as a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification, Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold. And from now until September 30th, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals for first-time buyers. To claim eligibility and to start the process, request an info kit right now. Just Just text America to the number 989898. Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate and free metals up to $10,000. Claim your eligibility. Text America to the number 989898. Get that free kit. America to the number 989898. All right, the National Guard coming to Memphis, and residents are ecstatic.
If we've learned anything over the past few years, it's that devastating events can strike without warning. Global pandemics, acts of terror, and even bank collapses that can cause chaos in a matter of moments. And I just want you to be prepared. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and it's for these reasons that I strongly recommend a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, gold has protected wealth through every kind of crisis. Birch Gold can show you how to move your retirement savings into an IRA in gold, legally and tax-free. For decades, they've helped thousands of Americans protect their IRA or 401k from unexpected events. To learn more, click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group, the only gold company I trust. Don't wait for the next crisis to strike. Take action now to protect your family's financial future. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Welcome back, everyone. So as you may know, President Trump is on his way to England for another meeting in the UK. He had some words on Air Force One, and he brought up Charlie Kirk. We thought we'd play it for you.
Since 1970, when you should have told me sooner, I would have taken it down. But we got it down after you said in 24 hours it was down. And they had a lot of permits, but they weren't current. So we got it down. Enjoy yourselves, right? You're gonna have some great pictures today. You're gonna have the best pictures, Doug. But it's gonna be a beautiful event. Everyone's looking forward to it. And we'll just relax and have a good time. The country's doing well. Stock market setting all sorts of records. And I think there's never been a time like this. We had the horrible tragedy, but we're gonna have to do something about that. We can't let that happen. So I'll be going to the service on Sunday, coming back, and then we're going, and I guess a lot of you are coming out with us. Okay? So enjoy yourselves, okay? It's great to have you. Thank you. Thank you.
That again was President Trump aboard Air Force One, talking about Charlie Kirk and how he will be at the service. God bless Charlie. Here's what else President Trump will not tolerate. He's done with crime in major cities and crime that flourishes because of left-wing so-called leadership. You know, in Memphis, I got a buddy who lives there, and he says the crime is really out of control in many areas of Memphis. You know, Memphis has the highest violent crime rate, highest property crime rate, and the third highest murder rate of any big city in America in 2024. It's unacceptable. So President Trump sending the National Guard in. This restaurant owner is ecstatic about it. He says, hey, you know what? You're a National Guard member. Come in for a free lunch.
So we just offered any of them that want to come in a free lunch plate just to say thank you for coming in and helping with the crime issue.
His reasoning for the free meal?
Southern hospitality, just to, you know, I'm very concerned about crime like everybody else.
Of course he is. This is relief for many people. The left, again, will go crazy. But you have neighbors, residents, people who deal with this on a daily basis, just like in Chicago or in L.A. They say, please help us.
And, you know, it's just so dangerous that you can't get out of your car. You can't go to the grocery store. You can't go to the market or the service station. So, yeah, I want to see the crime stop. And if the National Guard is going to stop the crime, bring them out.
All right, so the amazing thing here is that this will fix the problem, at least in a big way, not all of it, but in a big way. Once they go into Memphis, you watch. They did it in D.C. with unbelievable results. I want to bring in 30-year law enforcement veteran, former Capitol Chief of Police in D.C., Stephen Sund, is back with us. Chief, it's great to have you back on the program.
Thank you very much for having me on.
All right, Chief, what do you expect in Memphis compared to how things went down in D.C.?
I expect it to be very similar. I mean, we had 2,300 arrests, 225 guns taken off the streets of D.C. in 30 days. I expect to see the very same thing. President Trump is laser focused on crime around the country. I expect to see the National Guard go in. He's going to bring in all the federal resources, DEA, FBI, ATF, and they're all going to work together. In my time, I was with D.C. Police for a little over 25 years. I've sworn in thousands of National Guard troops to come and help law enforcement. This is going to be very effective. The big thing is, how do you sustain it? You know, law enforcement and crime reduction is through sustained enforcement and good policies and laws. So hopefully they take a holistic approach to it.
Chief, you're going to need cooperation from the police department. One thing that President Trump had in his cap in D.C. is he basically could have some control over the D.C. Police Department. Not as much in Memphis. How do you think that relationship will play out?
I would only hope that Mayor Paul Young, will see this as the benefit that it's going to be. He'll come out and he'll work with it. My biggest concern is a lot of these politicians don't want to admit that they have a problem. They're putting votes over people's lives. Hopefully he realizes this is there to help him. He listens to some of his constituents that you just played. These people are being victimized day and night, and he tries to move this forward. He gets his department. His department's 20% under staffing. There used to be 2,449 officers. I'm sorry, 2,449 officers. Now they're under 2,000 officers. They need the assistance. The men and women of the police department will appreciate the assistance. I just hope he gives them marching orders to work with the federal resources coming in.
You know, it's interesting, as you say, he's understaffed. I do radio out in Los Angeles. That department's understaffed. We know D.C.'s understaffed. I live in Dallas. That department is understaffed. Every blue city, cops are fleeing these departments for really the suburbs, for other cities that are willing to pay and respect their police officers more. And they're getting out of these blue cities. And the retirement aspect of this is huge as well. I don't know how they fill their ranks unless they start supporting cops and start fighting crime in a big way.
Well, they got to look at why the people are fleeing. The officers are leaving because they have poor political leadership. They have poor policies that are tying the hands of the officers. They've got city council members that are pro-crime and anti-police, that are defund the police. And who wants to sit around and risk your life for 25 years in that type of environment? So you're seeing people get up and leave from some of these big cities and leave to other areas. I can't blame them. Law enforcement's a very noble profession, but we can't let these politicians that are putting politics over people's lives to ruin it for everybody.
Well, not to take away from the physical dangers of policing. We know they certainly exist, but I've often told cops, your biggest threat may be a radical district attorney in your city or county that'll go after you for defending your own life or doing your job, and that poses a huge threat to you. You brought up the mayor of Memphis. Let me play this clip for you and get your response. Maybe it gives us some insight into how this might go.
Supportive to our law enforcement efforts. We certainly understand the fears that are in our community. The last time the National Guard was in Memphis was 1968 at MLK's after MLK's assassination, and so we don't want to invoke those same images here.
All right. He's trying to go both ways on all of this, Chief. I'll give you the last word.
I'd say when the men and women of Memphis see their local National Guard come in, these are people that work in their community, and they get a chance to talk to them, and they see the federal agents come in and assist them, they're going to be happy. I'll tell you, in D.C., 85% of the people, if not 90, coming out were very appreciative of the National Guard and the federal resources. I think they're going to get the same response in Memphis. I just hope the mayor, pushes it and we get to see it on TV.
Chief, real quick, I tell everybody that's so worried about the National Guard, I believe not one arrest made by a National Guard member. It's not that they're out there arresting people, throwing people up against the wall and putting them in handcuffs. That's not what's happening. It's their presence that's having the effect. Real quick.
Yeah, I was going to say 100%. It's a force multiplier for the police department. Not one National Guard made an arrest. However, 3 or 4 of them were assaulted for being out there helping the community. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, tells the whole story. Chief Stephen Sund, always great to see you. Thank you for coming on, and thank you for your service. We appreciate you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. The people in Memphis are going to appreciate this, too. You watch. This will be a big deal out there. And again, they'll go marching this from city to city to city. And if you're a blue mayor, take note. You may want to call President Trump, ask him for the help. It's going to go a long way to getting reelected. I don't want to give Democrats advice, but they're missing the boat here on fighting back against this. All right, we may have lost Charlie Kirk, but his mission is far from over, thanks to the people that he has inspired. We speak to one of those young patriots next.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, but fixing a drain is such a pain. Not anymore. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Simply remove and replace. In just seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy.
Practically took me 5 seconds to replace. It absolutely made my sink look like brand new.
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. How could it work so well, look so good, and install so quickly?
And forget clogging, because Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps catch debris before it goes down the drain. When the basket's full, just discard. Helps prevent clogs in your sink by catching hair, food, even jewelry. Drain Magic uses a silicone gasket that creates a watertight seal without messy plumber's putty. Look, this sink was filled hours ago and the water still remains. Press the spring-loaded stopper and the water's gone. Made of brass and finished in high-quality chrome, Drain Magic is rust-resistant and built to last.
It's made out of metal, not plastic, and it actually has some weight to it. Yeah, this is the real deal. Just looks like a new sink now.
Order your 2-in-1 drain solution, Mermaid Drain Magic, today for only $19.99. And with every order, you're going to get a Mermaid automatic toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Just drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of hands-free cleaning. Mermaid's ultra-concentrated formula cleans and deodorizes with every flush. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Mermaid Drain Magic at this incredibly low price with free Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3. Call or click now to order.
Call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. So call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. Order now.
Well, folks, it's no secret that Charlie Kirk has had a profound effect on this country and certainly on young people across this country. This is one of those moments.
I'm pro-life, I'm a fiscal conservative, and I know I want to get into politics when I grow up. I don't want to get into massive debt for a political science degree. What concrete steps can I take now in order to achieve the goal of doing my part to make America great again?
Oh, great. You should go to Hillsdale College, America's greatest college, and start studying now. Start taking classes, reading books. You have to be in charge of your own education, and the fact you're thinking like this at 11 is a great sign. God bless you, and the future is very bright. Thank you.
Well, it's great advice. So 37,000 applications for new chapters come into Turning Point USA. Make it 37,001 now. My very special lady friend, her 16-year-old daughter, is now trying to start a chapter at her school in Dallas that does not have a TPUSA chapter. So we are on the process of making that happen for her. I'm telling you, this train is rolling, and they aren't going to be able to stop it. I want to bring in now someone else that Charlie Kirk had a profound effect on. He's 17-year-old conservative writer and author. Lucky Beri is with us. Lucky and I have been talking for years now. Lucky, welcome back to the program.
It's always an honor to be with you, Grant.
Well, Lucky, I know you had been reaching out to conservative, call them leaders, influencers for a long time, since you've been a young man, and still are a young man. What did Charlie Kirk mean to you? You got any personal stories about Charlie?
I have known Charlie Kirk personally since I was 12 years old. He was one of the first big conservative leaders I ever met when I was first starting out back in 2021. And ever since then, he's just had actually since before that, he's always had a massive impact on me. He really, really, really was the conservative voice for all young people. I mean, his impact and his legacy that he's leaving with Gen Z and Gen Alpha cannot be overstated in any sense of the word. I mean, he was really one of the first conservative to ever break into the mainstream Gen Z pop culture. Every Instagram video, every TikTok video in the last few days has been about Charlie Kirk, and that really says something, that he has absolutely dominated social media, even in these days where he's now no longer with us. His death had such a profound impact on the youth that they're posting about him incessantly. In my school, my very, very, very left-wing school, you could feel the atmosphere shift when he was shot, because he was shot while I was in class. And so immediately afterward, he was like, Charlie Kirk was shot, Charlie Kirk was shot. Everyone, because that is how big of a presence he had.
Lucky, what was it about Charlie to you that drew you to him?
Well, first of all, he met young people where they were. He went out on social media. He went to college campuses. He made himself accessible and available to us. And he made it cool to be a conservative. He told young people that it's okay for you to be a conservative. Because for the longest time, it's always been, oh, you're supposed to be young, you're supposed to be liberal. Charlie Kirk was really the first person to challenge that idea and challenge it with effective ways to reach out to the youth, such as going on social media and, speaking in the terms he did. He just really, really, really targeted the youth with a laser focus and made us feel like we were welcome in the conservative movement. And as a result, 37,001 new chapters already, and I'm sure that number is going to keep growing.
I think it will. Let me play another clip from Charlie interacting with liberal college kids. Let's listen to this, Lucky.
Because what's happening at the Democrat Party is this very sinister combination. It's a party of censorship, it's a party of war, a party of open borders that is against actual traditional liberal values.
I agree.
So which way are you leaning?
Can I get a hat?
That's a good answer. I love it. Thanks, man. God bless. Thank you. Thank you.
I will say Charlie had bought a lot of favor with hats. He was giving out a lot of hats for opinions, but he does have a way to get to the heart of these matters. Lucky, I'll ask you, after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, all these kids, you said you go to somewhat of a liberal school. Anybody's hearts, minds changed, even if it's just one there, to look at what Charlie Kirk was saying?
Well, it's funny you mentioned the hats. I actually have two of them myself. Both signed by him. And as I will say to your second question, I do think that there has been a few people who've kind of rethought their views and rethought their values over this, especially to see how their peers are reacting, some of them celebrating his death very, maliciously, unfortunately. But I have seen a lot of shift, even in the last few days. And it's, because Charlie Kirk knew what the issues that affected Gen Z were. He spoke to us. He didn't condescend to us. He spoke to us as if we were his peers, and he made us feel like we were worth it. And I would say his death is changing hearts and minds, probably thousands, probably tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands across the country. And I'm sure a new generation of Charlie Kirks is being born as we speak.
I agree with you 100%. Lucky, before I let you go, what do you want to do when you're done with school?
Well, it's up to all of us to take up the mantle, to finish Charlie Kirk's mission, to honor his legacy, to save the youth, to keep his work going. And so that is what I was intending on doing when he was alive, and my plans have not changed. In fact, they've intensified now that he's given his life for all of us.
Well, you speak for all of us there, Lucky Besseri. I appreciate it. I wish you the best of luck. Any way we can help you, you let us know, and you're always welcome back here on the program. Thank you for coming on, and I'm sorry for your loss as a friend to Charlie Kirk as well, Lucky. Thank you.
God bless you, Grant, and thank you so much. And God bless Charlie.
Right back at you, and couldn't say it better myself. God bless Charlie. All right, folks, we covered this story yesterday where a Colorado man's Charlie Kirk memorial was vandalized. Well, we have an update for you next.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me. Like me. Like me. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence
in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Well, folks, we've got an update for you on that crime committed in Loveland, Colorado. Remember that family put up that beautiful memorial for Charlie Kirk, and then they burned it down. We have a picture of them burning it down. Well, I've got an update for you. A 64-year-old man was arrested for the crime. I think we have the picture of the memorial, if we could put that up there for me. 64-year-old man arrested for the crime. That's the new version of the memorial. That's the old version after they smashed out the windows. Police are now telling us that they do believe it was politically motivated, though he has not been charged with a hate crime. It was some good policing from the Loveland Police Department that led to his arrest. All right, we still have other issues going on. If you're a small business owner, you know all about this. The IRS is still sending out letters feverishly. If you get one of these letters that is demanding that you pay them money or call them right away or garnishments, you need to get with the folks at Tax Network USA. Our friend Cameron Kinsey is here to help us break all of this down. Cameron, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, Grant. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too. So with all the budget battles, all the fights, we're getting rid of IRS agents. It appears that these letters are not slowing down, are they?
No, they're not. And actually, you know, we did see 25% of the IRS workforce be eliminated under President Trump. We still are making progress, but the IRS has unlimited resources. Their job is not to be fair to Americans, unfortunately. Their job is to collect. And most Americans really don't know their rights. And like you noted, they're putting these letters in a drawer somewhere, hoping that this problem goes away. And they're not properly pushing back. And that's really where Tax Network USA comes and steps in. They're a professional team with CPAs, licensed attorneys, people who really just know the tax code inside and out, even some former IRS agents. And so we do negotiate directly with the IRS, so you're not having to deal with that burden yourself. We basically are acting as a liaison. So you can go home to your wife, to your husband, friends, and loved ones, and not have to deal with that burden.
You know, I've always said of all the agencies out there, the IRS really bucks the system. And in many respects, the Constitution. When you think a fundamental tenet in America is you're innocent until proven guilty. But the IRS doesn't operate that way. They will tell you you're guilty. They will seize your bank account. They'll freeze your funds. They'll garnish your paycheck before you ever get a chance to prove yourself in court and fight for that money back. It's the complete opposite of what America was built on, Cameron.
Yes, you're exactly right, Grant. I mean, going up against the IRS alone is basically like going into court without an attorney. And when the IRS starts coming after you, Tax Network USA doesn't just play defense. We go on offense. So like you noted, whether it's wage garnishment, mounting back taxes, you know, a lien on your home, our job is to basically push back against the IRS, protect your hard-earned money and keep that in your own pocket. And obviously, we know the filing deadline has passed. Those penalties keep stacking up, though. They compound daily. So unfortunately, the truth is the IRS does count on people who are too afraid to act. They're too confused. They're putting those letters in a drawer somewhere. They're ignoring the problem. And that really is where we stepped in. We have helped thousands and thousands of Americans find relief. There is nothing too big for us or something that we haven't seen before. And we can do the same for our audience tonight. You just have to make that first initial call.
All right. Lastly, I would say speed is of the essence. You get one of these letters, you don't want to wait on it. You don't want to sit on it. You don't want to wait for more letters to come. And it's important to get on this, and you need to get on it with a pro. Correct, Cameron?
Yes, absolutely. And we know how stressful this situation is. We don't try to make this a bigger financial burden for you or an emotional burden as well. There are payment plans available, and it's very, very easy to talk to one of our representatives directly. You can call 1-800-905-8000, or you can even go to tnusa.com/RAV. If you're still on the fence, you can fill out just a quick form, briefly describe what's going on, and the consultation is completely free. You can talk to somebody directly. We'll go over next steps just to see. And if you don't want to, no strings attached.
Well, I know Tax Network USA has helped so many of our Real America's Voice viewers, and we appreciate that. Cameron Kinsey, thank you for coming on. I'm going to tell people exactly how they can find you, at least review what you just told everybody out there to get started with one of their tax experts. Just visit tnusa.com/RAV. That's tnusa.com/RAV. Or call the number that Cameron just gave you, 800-905-8000. That's 800-905-8000. All right, leftists still don't realize Palestinians have no respect for Americans who support them. We will prove it next.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to values or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
I'll tell you what, folks, Hollywood really can be disgusting. These people do not align with American values. I want you to listen to this woman who gave a speech. She's a so-called comedian. Her name is Hannah Einbinder. I never even heard of her. This is how it went down, but I want you to see what happened. This is the repost from a Palestinian news network that didn't want to show her skin, even though she's supporting them. Roll it.
It is my obligation as a Jewish person to distinguish
Jews from the state of Israel.
So this, after she yells out on stage, F ICE and Free Palestine, apparently. So, and then the group there blurs her out. This is a tweet by the Cuds News Network featuring that above spot. If we could put it up there, thank you. Hannah Einbinder explains that her decision to say Free Palestine during her Emmys acceptance speech came from her belief. All right, well, I don't need to read it. They put it up and they blur her out. All of it's pretty darn ridiculous, and it just goes to show you, they don't like you. They don't like women. They don't like you showing skin. They don't like gay people. They don't like Americans. They don't like freedom. They don't like anything we like. They like some of the violence Democrats like, though, clearly. That's going to do it for us. Stinchfield's Army rolls. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Live from Studio 6B, 8 o'clock on a Tuesday night, September 16th. Real America's Voice. Glad you're in, everybody. We always appreciate you giving us a few hours of your weekdays, 8 to 10 right here. Slick Rick sitting right there is going to do some sports. Slickster, how are you?
I'm doing good, Big D.
How was your day?
Fantastic.
Excellent. Good to hear. Rick Delgado's going to have some headlines. Mr. Delgado, how are you?
I am well.
How was your day?
My day was busy.
Why? What'd you do?
I've not had a nap, so if I come off a little spicy, you'll know why.
Okay.
I was running around. I had to run Mom around to a couple of appointments.
How's she feeling?
She's doing good. Good.
So have you actually nailed down what she actually had done yet? You have no idea still?
Yeah, she had cataract, right? The cataract thing taken out?
He's an eyewitness.
And then
That's what I asked you first. You said no.
No, I said yes.
He said Toyota, no Cadillac.
I have a text message.
But then I said there was another thing that they did where she has to lay flat. And you said, I know what that is. Oh. That's not the only thing that you have to lay flat for.
Okay.
But they do a little bubble. I guess it's for the lens or something, or replacing something else. They did something else.
You should have been a doctor.
I shouldn't have been a doctor.
So can she see clearly now that you're nuts?
No.
Okay.
But it's starting to come back. As a matter of fact, as I'm running her around, I already showed Erin this picture. Unfortunately, I didn't think of sending it in. This was her drive. I had to drive her around because that's
a badass look right there.
She's ready to cut you. In that picture. Yeah,
that could be Elvis still
alive. That's a badass look.
I love it.
Yeah, she's ready.
She's ready to kill something.
All right, good. So love out the mom. Hope she's continues to do well.
Yeah, probably me for taking that picture.
Yeah.
Everything else is fine.
Okay, good. Vinnie Mac is here. Vinnie Mac, nice to see you in the studio. How are you?
Yeah, it's good to be here. Love it. So it's always good to be back home.
How was your day? Any decompression going on?
Yeah, I did a full hour and a half of decompression, then another hour of yoga, and then I just sat there with the red light, therapy for a little while.
Do you do red light therapy?
Actually, I do. I love it. It's great.
A lot of people talk. I'm surprised Delgado's not into that crap.
Yeah, I would be, but I don't know. It seems.
Yeah,
you sit there with that mask. Do you sit there with the mask?
Well, I don't put it on my face.
Where do you put it on? I don't think that's going to help there, Finn. I'm telling you.
Let me tell you, I'm seeing results over there, baby.
I mean, where are we going here?
Yeah, it's good for cellular rejuvenation.
Okay.
So that's number one. But it helps oxygenate. Yeah, it oxygenates your cells.
Yep.
And as a matter of fact, if you have problems sleeping, by the way, this therapy apparently helps that too. So I don't have a problem sleeping.
So where do you put it on your face, on your head?
I was trying to recover from the hernia surgery.
Isn't it a mat you lay on or something? Or no?
What's that?
Isn't it a mat you lay on or no?
You could. There are some where you can lay in a mat and it's like going in a tanning salon. It just does your whole body.
Okay.
And then there's some where you could do it in parts of your body. So I would use it and trying to heal, and it works great. Yeah.
Okay.
It does do something.
Now, do you do other stuff like methylene blue and all this other crap too, Vin?
Oh yeah. You name it, I'm trying it.
Okay. Very good.
I do the methylene blue. I try to tell Delgado not to. His tongue is blue. His tongue is. Well, go show the people.
You look great, Finn, especially after having the surgery. You're very handsome former model.
Thank you very much.
As you know, as I've told you many times, the biggest thing I'm happy about is that you stopped putting shoe polish in your hair.
Yeah.
And you just let it roll because you look good in gray. As I think I will too when I finally get all full.
You're gonna look good. A little silver fox action once that starts happening. You know.
Yes, but you're a good-looking guy.
But you're already
for 80.
It's a hard transition to make. You know, when you're getting older and you're going gray, it's a hard transition. I accept it now.
Okay, now's the key word because you didn't before.
Now. Yes, thank you.
So, very good. Vin with his midlife crisis driving his convertible Corvette.
I'm glad you covered that.
Polish in his hair. What are you doing?
What do you think you are, Harry?
I just spoke to Harry for like an hour.
Oh yeah.
Harry on the highway. Come on, Harry.
Harry's out there.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's out
sure.
there.
No shoe polish for Harry, though.
No.
Not
at all. Harry,
the real thing.
He lets it all hang out.
Oh, God. All right, 4 minutes past the hour. So there was a lot of news today. Kash Patel was in front of the...
Oh, man.
Was some congressional hearing with a bunch of losers up there. And say what you will about Kash. I know a lot of people are not happy with Kash over a lot of things, and there's all these reports, and now you're seeing the Trump administration officials want him gone, and they want Bondi. I mean, Bondi's 2 comments in the last 24 hours are so mind-bendingly stupid it makes your hair hurt. Now, I think she's tried to qualify a couple of them and kind of, I don't know, walk it back, but I mean, just... Ugh.
What did I tell you? She's terrible on a microphone. Keep her away from it.
Keep her off TV.
Yeah.
Let her write it out and put it out there.
It does look like her brain's not working as fast as her mouth wants to go, and she says things without really having a great handle on the subject matter.
Right.
Because that's the only way to explain those 2 sound bites that we got in the last 24 hours from her. Just what? But getting back to Kash, I'll tell you, that's a great... Kash is not taking any nonsense from these empty suits that he knows are empty suits.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just not going to let them push them around. These frauds like Schiff and little Dick Durbin and Cory Booker, that drama queen. My God, give that guy an Oscar. He's the biggest drama queen we've ever seen. And Dick Blumenthal, bunch of dicks up there.
Dick Blumenthal.
Not taking any nonsense from any of them.
No.
Dick Blumenthal, Dick Durbin. So he's great in these hearings. He pushes back, rightly so, on their crap, and that's all it is. They offer nothing to get any legitimate... You know who actually was I'll give some credit here, was at least somewhat close to at least a conversation that tried to elicit some reasonable information was Amy Klobuchar today. No harsh attacks, no nothing. Like went over some things, like tried to find common ground. They had at least a humane conversation where she wasn't just out to try to prove to her left-wing friends in media that she can attack them. At least what I heard. Yeah. It was the one I heard. I was like, okay, this is at least a reasonable conversation. But most of the other ones are just, ugh.
It wasn't even really questions. It was all grandstanding and statements and just trying to get a soundbite because that's what they're out. That's what they're after. They're trying to get a soundbite. That's all they want. They don't really care about truth. They don't care about questions. They don't really care about anything but themselves and how this might make them look better.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it. Because they're all kind of grifters. Right? We kind of established
it
that.
Looks like that, doesn't it?
They're all swarmy. If you ever shook one of their hands, you'd have to probably wipe it off.
Check your pockets.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. That's why when Kash, some would say, "Oh, that's not the proper decorum as a guest at the thing." When talking to Adam Schiff, there's no decorum to that slime ball. Hit him as hard as you can. Call him out and hit him as hard as you can. He's a slime ball.
Yeah.
We know his deal. He's a lion, thieving, empty suit, slimy. He's like what you go in the woods and you pick up the wood that's been there. It's wet and you pick it up underneath and there's all, God, that's him. What were you going to say, Vin?
I have.
Vin's like, I don't like going in the woods. I need to decompress.
But I notice a Schiff.
And by the way, Schiff shouldn't even be on a committee. Why is he on any committee? He's a liar, a proven liar. He shouldn't even be on there.
Holy Schiff. That's what I say. I notice a shift, though, not a Schiff, a shift, since Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And I noticed that the speaking out now is way stronger by the right. And Cash today, he let him have it. It's been part of his personality, but I've noticed that across the board now. It's almost like folks are saying, enough. We've had it now. You pushed us to the edge. We're not taking this crap anymore. And they had a bunch of senators saying stuff. He just went right after him hard. J.D. Vance has as well. Others have. But I have noticed just a shift in just mood, karma, temperature, whatever you want to call it, since Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Anyone who says Charlie Kirk was killed, by the way, he wasn't killed. He was assassinated. Okay, the rhetoric around that is a whole other thing. But as far as Cash goes, he's leading what I think is a whole new way of speaking and dealing with these folks, which is just not taking any of their nonsense whatsoever, zero. His confirmation hearings, he was a little more trying to answer questions or trying to take the shots a little bit. And you can just see the gloves are off now, 100% off. And I noticed a change, and I think we'll be talking about that change over the next months and years even.
Yeah. 9 minutes past the hour. So obviously after Cash, then we had the Utah county prosecutor, I believe is his title, give a press conference out there, which I actually live streamed. We live streamed on our socials, which was extremely informative in that he really released a lot of never before heard supposed text messages. And I say supposed not because I don't believe that they're text messages or Discord group chat or whatever this is. I think these are supposed to be text messages, though. But there's been a lot of, and then so they did that press conference. They took a couple questions. Interesting when they started talking about the shot, the gunshot. Someone asked about a ballistics question, and the guy jumped in immediately and cut off the press conference. Said, we're gonna have to end it there. Which
wow, okay.
Kind of had my little spidey senses going because that's the one big part of this, as those of you who've been watching me stream know that I have big questions about. But not going to get into that now here. But so they stopped it right then. So then we had his first virtual court appearance. And I pulled this. I had Aaron pull this because if we're going to hear the charges read, which there's 7 of them, I wanted to hear the judge's version, not the prosecutor in Utah's version. So we'll get to that in a second. But let's just get back to what the Utah press conference broke, which was these text messages between the suspect and his transitioning lover. Right. Have you seen them?
I just read it.
Oh, yeah.
I just read it.
You read? What did you read?
I read the entire
Okay. Delgado, did you read the entire exchange?
I read, yeah.
Okay. Vin, did you read the entire exchange?
I read the entire exchange.
Okay.
Yep.
So there's a lot of chatter about people reading it. What did you think when you read it, Slick? Any?
I don't know what the time stamp on it was. Almost.
Well, just what about the conversation?
Yeah.
Seem reasonable to you?
Yeah, it seemed reasonable to me. I mean, I don't know if it was a setup, if they were trying to hide something, but it seemed like the fella there didn't know all that much about it. The boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever it is, their boyfriend.
Interesting.
I don't know.
That's a nice choice of words there. It didn't seem like he knew much about it. That might be purposeful.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Delgado, what'd you think?
That's the part that jumped out at me. If they're this close, how does this person not know about it?
Right.
How do they not pick up certain clues?
Yeah, that was my takeaway.
How are they now talking about it? And
it reads like a cover your ass kind of
right
for one half of the parties involved here.
Yeah.
But and people are saying, they put it into Grok and they say to Grok, is this, does this sound like a legitimate conversation? And Grok keeps saying, no, it sounds like a fantasy
it sounds like a crock
movie script made up.
That's where I'm
not a Grok
on that.
Where did you say?
That's where I'm coming from. I think it's a total farce. I think it was scripted, and I don't believe it. I don't believe that conversation.
Me neither.
I don't believe that was an organic conversation.
Yeah, me either.
Okay, let's get back to that word organic when we get back from the break.
Thank you.
And I'll tell you, I was there about an hour ago. There's one thing in there, though, that makes me think. I'll tell you what it is when we get back.
says, Delgado, always glad you're there.
Oh, thank you, Marianne.
In the chat,
I'm a little spicy tonight.
chat. You're all conspiracy theorists? No, actually,
No.
I don't think so at all, Ernie.
Just me.
Not even close.
No, Delgado has that title. And once in a
Delgado
while,
wears
Paul
that
Nolan
crown.
pinch hits.
I wear it proudly.
You and Nolan pinch hits once in a while for you. You guys are the conspiracists.
Well, you know what? Seem to be doing pretty well with that stuff. So.
Let's see.
Look at all my friends in the YouTube.
Howdy, Rumblers.
Wherever you're watching, make sure you hit the like, thumbs up, whatever they have, heart, comment, share.
Mom, we got the
do
YouTubes.
something.
Thank you, Janice. Good to be back here.
That being the entry and exit wounds, I have that question too, Damon. Yeah, well, that's not a...
Rumble. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. I didn't get a nap today. I'm a little spicy.
Elaine Emmerich, thank you. It's good to be back in the studio as well. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of opinions. It's good to see you back in the
What has
studio.
given Damon reason to think that there's cause here? That this is a valid transcribe here, this text?
I'll tell you.
Trying to think
when
what
we
that
get back.
might be. I know you will. I'm trying to get it before you do.
There's one exchange.
There's one exchange.
Yep.
When I first heard it, like when the district attorney...
What was with the grandpa and the gun? All that thing with the grandpa and the gun. Why would he put his grandpa and his father looking for the gun? There was something weird about that.
Oh, it was his grandfather's gun.
Right. But they were looking for it. Well,
even though supposedly it was given to him. So it's like, well, I guess because he saw it on TV. And it's a rare gun. Supposedly. That was the story.
Have they identified this
Howdy,
person?
YouTubers.
Have they identified this young person, this young man?
Lee on Facebook says, I watched Damon on the unboxing video. Someone needs to send him a box cutter before he gets hurt. That's fine.
It was, watching a box open for the hearing impaired. You were just having a tough time with that. I saw that too. I was feeling for you.
Yeah?
Yeah. We gotta get you some equipment.
Didn't you use a scissor or something?
No, it was Gorilla.
Yeah. What's going on with YouTube? I have no idea anymore.
Right, I'm in YouTube. Everything's fine. Everything's fine in YouTube.
Everything's on YouTube.
Everything's fine.
I'm in it right now. I'm answering to Alice I Wonder right now. My good friend.
Hello,
Alice I Wonder.
What does she wonder?
She wonders who grew the Freaky's tree. I don't know. It's just, it's an old commercial from Freaky's cereal. Probably before all your time.
In fact,
You have nothing better to do.
All right, 17 past. Why do I sing the end? I don't know. 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Slick's here. He's doing sports.
Oh, yeah.
Delgado's going to do some headline news. Vinnie Mac's got some thoughts. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. 17 past the hour on a Tuesday night, Real America's Voice. So we were talking about the text message thread, which is all everybody's talking about tonight on social media, that was released today at the press conference. And it's supposedly an exchange after the shooting between the suspect in custody and his gay lover, I guess is the best way to put it. Transitioning lover, whatever you want to say.
No, gay.
So, Vin, I'll start with you. You said you did not think it was an organic, is that what you said? Organic exchange. Explain.
When I first heard it, when the district attorney was going through it, I was like, oh, boy, wow. I sort of believed it. Then I read it. And it just seemed contrived to me, frankly.
Yeah.
So that's really it. I have really no factual basis, and there wasn't a red flag.
Contrived because who the hell talks like that?
Exactly. I felt
Number
like
one.
Here's a CYA exchange of text messages, because at least what I started thinking about was they totally talked about this. This person, in fact, probably encouraged it.
100%.
And the rest is history.
The only difference between the two is one finger pulled the trigger and the other didn't. Other than that, they're as culpable, seemingly. And I think I'm still almost all the way there with you too. But this is the one thing from the report and then from the exchanges that catches my attention. How do you explain this? So this is from the prosecutor's office today. They read this. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, He agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. And when you go to the exchange, delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle. So how do you explain that if it's fake?
There might be some things there that are true, that are real.
He says, Grandpa wants to know who has it. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it's very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering. I mean, so how do you explain that if you know what I'm saying? That's the one thing that caught my attention. Delgado?
No, that kind of caught my attention as well.
How would he know his dad wants a picture of it?
Well, didn't he just say his dad texted me, wants a picture of the rifle? Send me a picture of the rifle?
Right, but I'm saying he obviously wouldn't know that until the dad actually did it, and then he would text it to him. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't know to text that unless you know that the dad's already asked you for it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Right. Are you saying the dad didn't ask for it by the time that text went out?
No, I'm saying the text went out after the dad asked for it. That's the only reason he knew. That's why when they find these,
right,
and it says, my dad wants photos of the rifle. He says, Grandpa wants to know who and what has it. The feds released a photo. It's very unique. He's calling me right now. Then you go back to the prosecutor, and they say, Robinson's father reported when the wife showed him. He also believed as a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. Robinson did not respond. I mean, I don't know how you get around that and still say that the whole conversation is staged and made up.
That's a fair point. I mean, when I heard them say that, I bought it initially. But as I've read the back and forth, it just sounded contrived to me after that. So, I mean, that's it. I have no basis. It's just my own personal gut feeling of what I heard or what I read. So it very well may be true, but I felt uncomfortable about it.
Yeah, I you know what? If I'm getting that text saying this person just did that, I'm not texting you back. I'm calling you back. I'm not sitting there, oh, well, what do you mean? What? Huh?
That's a good point.
It seems just a little too, I don't know, detached. I'm sorry, but if this is somebody that I'm involved with, if my other half texts me, I just did something horrible,
call
blah,
me.
blah, blah.
I'm on the phone. Yeah, I'm on the phone.
I'm on the phone.
Yeah.
There's no texting.
Back and forth.
There's no back and forth going,
Hold
what
on.
do you mean?
Oh, let me get a salutation.
Yeah.
Hello there. Yeah.
Oh, let me put 17 question marks.
Right.
No, there's none of that. There's immediate response. This, you know
Plus,
what?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to put this stuff in writing anyway. You got to be an idiot to do that.
Well, that's the other thing that's the other thing that screams.
That's unconscionable.
That screams from this exchange. If you're to take the side that this exchange, for the most part, is accurate, it screams arrogance like we've maybe never seen before, and maybe a little naive or just so cold-blooded to say. I think. What did he say? Something like, "I think once I retrieve the rifle, I think I've left no evidence."
Yeah,
right.
Imagine thinking that. And imagine thinking that you could text all of this in this day and age, digital age, and think that that you're covering your tracks, or that somehow you're safe enough to say these things.
Nope.
But the idea that all I have to do is go back and retrieve the rifle and I've left no evidence just shows you either that this kid was arrogant beyond anything anyone could comprehend, or because that doesn't sound like someone who's a perfect student who aced their SATs and could have gone to any college of his choice from a pretty stable family, it seems like.
Well, Carlton Robinson in the YouTube chat says, guys, you're not 22. So what does that say?
Good point. But again, even at 22...
Well, my son's 18, and I can tell you he doesn't text like that. None of his friends who are 18, 19, 20 text like that. I don't know any young person who texts like this. Just to go back to the other side for a second.
Right. And another part here too, this whole thing about engraving bullets. Remember how I was engraving bullets?
I'd hope to keep this a secret till I died of old age.
Who says this?
Yeah.
Of old age? I know. At 22, who's thinking of old age, right?
And if he's reminding his quote unquote gay dude lover there that he was engraving bullets, wouldn't gay dude lover go, "What the hell are you doing engraving bullets? What's going on here, bro?"
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Or maybe he'd say, "What's going on here, bro?" I don't know.
Right. If you're reading this, you're gay, right? That was one of the bullets.
Yeah, and I think that was also the name of the Discord thread.
Oh,
Don't
really?
read this if you're gay. I think that was the title of it.
Right. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of this is just...
But you're seeing all kinds of people saying, I showed this to my 21, 22-year-old, and they said, Mom, this is how you text, not me and my friends.
There you go.
And so that's how I felt when I read it.
I think, Ben, you said contrived. I think that was the word. Contrived, yeah. I agree with that. I tend to agree with that.
Either way, the fact that they spoke about it and brought it out the way they did, the FBI and police, their radar has to be up as well. They're probably trying to figure out how can we use this person, and let's see if they were involved and try to smoke them out a little bit. That's these are tactics that could be part of by sharing that whole exchange. He didn't have to share that exchange.
No,
I mean it was frankly kind of unnecessary. But he does admit to the crime in the exchange.
Admits to the crime, but why leave the gun behind?
Why what?
Why leave the gun behind? You had it broken down in your bag, and you put it back together.
It was in his pant leg. Like, why did he take it out?
Tree?
Yeah.
It's like you're.
Well, we don't know if it's broken down. Remember, we don't know if it's broken down.
They're trying to tell us from that video.
It makes no sense to break it down.
He jumped down with it in his hand.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I've jumped out of a lot of trees. Your hand's got to be open because you got to brace to hit that ground and tuck and roll just in case.
Well, in
don't
the
ask
video,
me why I'm jumping out of trees.
Yeah, you got me on that one.
All right, more, and we'll do sports and news when we get back live from Studio 6B right after this.
Didn't they say in the videotape that when he was walking with that limp, he had that gun down his leg? I mean, why didn't he just walk all the way to his car?
Right.
With it in his pants?
Yeah, I don't know about that either. That's strange.
They said that during the presentation today with the district attorney. They said exactly that. You see the limp. It's because the gun was down his pants.
Right.
And then he hides the gun, and then he goes to his car and drives, 3.5 hours back home, back to wherever he lived, right? So why would he take the gun out of his pants then? It's a pretty good hiding spot, I guess, right?
Guess he wanted to hustle. He probably had to run. He couldn't get the kind of push
Robert Turgeon on Facebook says, I posted on next to approximately 30 people yesterday the video that shows Kirk getting shot by a pistol at the event just as his blood spills. Does anyone give a crap, or are you guys a bunch of phonies? Been trying to get any if you main for 2 whole days. Well, if you have that video, you can send it to us. I've never seen it, and there's only been audio analysis of one shot, certainly not from a pistol. So I don't believe any of that's true. But if you have a video and you want to send it, we're happy to look at it. LFS6B@yahoo.com. Maybe some footage no one's seen. Remember something. This is an open carry. People were circling this guy in the light tan shirt who obviously had a pistol in his hand. It's an open carry campus, or concealed carry camp. So again, a lot of people there were probably hot, and when shots go off, guess what everyone's going to do?
Yep, pull it out,
reach for their gun,
and run. So every picture you see of somebody with a handgun doesn't mean that they're
involved.
It's a carry campus.
Any further intel on the old man there? that was running interference, it looks
like. He got arrested.
Yeah, he was arrested.
He's a pedophile.
Oh.
He got arrested and charged with child pornography today and charged with, I guess, obstruction of justice or something. Because
his name is George Zinn.
He tried to claim he shot Charlie.
Right.
But he didn't.
He
said he was buying time for the guy to get away.
Yeah, he was buying time.
But who knows? Has there been a connection between the two placed yet?
No.
If you Google that guy, I think his name comes up involved with 9/11 too. Have you done that?
Wow.
Yeah, he's done. He did something for 9/11. He did something for the Boston bombing, where he claimed there was a bomb going to be at a different marathon. I think in Utah.
Jeez.
Why would he be at all three of these things?
He wasn't at them.
Oh, okay.
But I think he was doing stuff related to him. The question is, why was he there?
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some sports with Slick, and then we'll get to the judge today and reading of the charges. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. All the great stuff from Lindell. You can use our code at checkout. It'll give you great savings on whatever you put in your cart. They sponsor sports. Slick's got it. What's going on, Slick?
All right, well, Monday Night Football wrap-up, good games. Buccaneers, one good game, I should say. The Buccaneers and Texans had a good game. 20-19, Buccaneers on top. Baker Mayfield with a victorious drive at the end to cap that off. And then the Chargers defeated the Raiders pretty handily, 20-9. I think Geno Smith may have had one of the worst NFL performances I ever seen. His fantasy football rating came in at about an 8. And most quarterbacks usually come in between 18 to 30. So it's just incredible how bad that game was. I'm glad to see that because that actually helped me win my fantasy football that week. So I want to report on that. Major League Baseball, let's get to that. We're winding down. We got about a dozen games left. And wild card, there's 5 spots open in the AL, legitimately, and 4 in the NL. So Yankees look pretty good, Rick. They're in the top spot of those 5 there. But we got the Cubs right now leading the Pirates 4-1, middle of the 6th. Guardians 3-2 over the Tigers, end of 6. Braves and Nationals, no score in a rain delay right now in D.C. Look like some rain coming our way, I guess. Athletics right now trail the Red Sox 1-0, top of the 6th. Mets, who are very much in the wild card race in the NL, lead the Padres 8-2 in Citi Field, top of the 5th there. Bottom of the 3rd, the Blue Jays blanking the Rays 4-0. Brewers, who, well, they've already clinched the NL Central. They've done a great job. They've had a great season, in fact. They lead the Angels 2-0, top of the 3rd. They may actually be the NL favorite there to make it to the World Series in my book. Orioles and White Sox tied at 2, top of the 3rd. Also top 3rd, the Yankees up 7-1 in Minnesota. They are right there. They're looking good there, and that is in the top of the 3rd, yes. Mariners over the Royals 7-0, middle of the 3rd. All top 3rd, the Cardinals blanking the Reds 1-0. Reds are also in the race, 1.5 games behind the Mets there for that last spot. Astros 1-0 over the Rangers, top of the 2nd. Earlier today, the Braves defeated the Nationals 6-3. Marlins take on the Rockets 8:40 first pitch. 9:40 Giants in the race as well, taking on the Diamondbacks in the race as well. Phillies and Dodgers, that'll be the nightcap. That's a 10:10 first pitch. And well, some tough news there. But Joe Burrow's foundation severs ties with Ohio judge over comments celebrating Charlie Kirk's killing. This is Paulina Dadaj of Fox News. The Joe Burrow Foundation has severed ties with Hamilton County Municipal Judge Ted Beri after the Ohio judge allegedly made celebratory comments on social media about the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Right, another fool here. The foundation, founded by Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow, released a statement Friday announcing that it had terminated a member of its advisory board. The Joe Burrow Foundation was founded on the belief that everyone has the responsibility to do good. We have terminated an advisory board member that made inappropriate remarks in light of recent events, and they are no longer associated with the foundation. The statement said, their comments do not reflect our values or our mission. We are committed to accountability and respect for all. Beri was listed as a member of the advisory board previously on the foundation's website. The statement did not name Beri or directly reference Kirk's killing. Fox News Digital reached out to the organization for a statement to clarify whether Beri was the member terminated. Ohio State Representative Adam Matthews shared the foundation's statement on social media and confirmed to Fox News Digital Tuesday that Beri was the advisory board member terminated by the foundation. The Republican lawmaker previously released a statement calling for the judge's resignation after social media comments that Matthews said he celebrated Kirk's killing with vitriolic, racially charged, and politically political language. A judge must be a pillar of fairness and impartiality in our community, Matthews said. So to see a sitting judge post comments like rest in hatred and division, ask how he feels about a gun and violent control in hell now, and then celebrate the race of the killer by stating, so a white guy killed him, color, its karma is shocking. And I can't believe a judge would, in his right mind, put this on his social media. But we've seen it from teachers. We've seen it from, people in the community and throughout the country. Well, they're getting their just desserts. They're getting terminated, which is good to see. So I'll rest it there, Big D. I'll talk about Sean McVay tearing his plantar fasciitis over the weekend as well at the Rams game. We'll get to that in the next segment.
All right, Slick, very good. 34 past the hour. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. Use code LFS6B at checkout. So here's the judge today in the first appearance that they had. And their next appearance is scheduled for September 29th, and that will be a virtual appearance as well. But here's the judge today reading off the 7 counts that this subhuman is going to be charged with, and that they will go for the death penalty. Here's the judge. Roll it, Aaron.
Mr. Robinson, for count 1, aggravated murder, a capital felony in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-5-202, in that on September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant, Tyler James Robinson, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Charlie Kirk under the following circumstances. The defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to another individual other than Charlie Kirk and the defendant. Notice conviction of this offense may carry the death penalty or pursuant to Utah Code 76-3-207.7, a mandatory term of imprisonment for life without parole, or an indeterminate term of not less than 25 years, that may be for life. Victim targeting enhancement in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-3-203.14 sub 2. Tyler James Robinson intentionally selected Charlie Kirk because of Tyler James Robinson's belief or perception regarding Charlie Kirk's political expression. Notice, if the trier of fact finds beyond a reasonable doubt that the victim targeting enhancement applies, the sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider the defendant's selection of the victim as an aggravating factor. Violent offense committed in the presence of a child aggravating factor, the sentencing judge or the Board of Pardons and Parole shall consider as an aggravating factor in their deliberations that the defendant committed a violent criminal offense in the presence of a child. Count 2, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury, a first-degree felony in violation of Utah Code annotated 76-11-210 sub 2 and 3C, in that on September 10th, 2025 in Utah County, the defendant Tyler James Robinson discharged a firearm in the direction of Charlie Kirk, knowing or having reason to believe that Charlie Kirk may be endangered by the discharge of the firearm, and that the act caused serious bodily injury to Charlie Kirk.
It's going to take a while to get through all 7. I think we have a graphic on what all 7 charges are. There they are: aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury, obstruction of justice, 2 counts, witness tampering, 2 counts, commission of a violent crime in the presence of a child. So 7 counts, death penalty, all on the state level. We'll wait to see what the feds do. And whether there's any jurisdictional issues there with the feds trying to do whatever they want to do, we'll see.
Plus, it'll be nice to know that they will seek the death penalty, like you mentioned, which is good to hear. And, of course, he's going to be held without bail. If you saw, he was wearing, I guess, a protective vest to make sure, I guess he's on suicide watch now. That's been announced as well. So just a few more details coming out from, I don't even say this guy's name. I don't think he's worthy of recognition by name.
I understand
Charlie Kirk's murderer.
Assassin.
I understand the firing squad is still intact too in Utah.
For Utah,
right?
Death by firing squad.
Yeah, which is, hate to say it, justifiable and apropos.
Mm-hmm.
And you could get millions of people who'd like to be able to pull that trigger together if that was to happen. So,
could you
including Megyn Kelly, who talked about it today on her show.
Oh, really?
So, all right, let's do some headline news. There's other stuff going on. Like I said, it was a busy day, 38 past the hour, and Rick Delgado's got those. What's going on, Delgado? By the way, Turning Point Charlie Kirk's memorial will be on Sunday. President Trump, just back from England, will be there. I believe that's Sunday out at where the Cardinals play.
Yeah, at the stadium.
Right.
Yep, it's going to be happening on Sunday, like you mentioned. Where are the details?
In Glendale. Fightforcharlie.com is the website. Obviously, Erica Kirk, remarks by her.
Yep.
President Donald Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of HHS Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump Jr., Tucker Carlson, Stephen Miller, Sergio Gore, Suzanne Scott. More names to be announced September 21st. Fightforcharlie.com if you want more information, fightforcharlie.com.
You know what's interesting about that list, by the way? I don't know if did you pick this up? They talked about it today. RFK Jr., he was really influential in getting Trump to put him as part of the cabinet. I had no idea. I had never really heard of Charlie Kirk and RFK Jr. having a relationship, let alone him having influence to Trump to getting RFK Jr. in it. But when you hear RFK talk, he says that.
Yeah, he says. Yeah. He says, "I'm the reason he's the reason I'm here,"
which is amazing.
Caroline Leavitt too.
Yeah.
Caroline Leavitt gives almost all credit to Charlie Kirk for getting her, because when she ran in 22, no one took her seriously as a candidate that she could even win a vote, and except for Charlie. And now, of course, she's the White House press secretary, and she talked about it too. Did you see J.D. Vance host Charlie's show yesterday? Because he had both of them on to talk about it.
I saw J.D. I thought he was amazing. We did a little sizzle clip I saw that Rav put out. That is amazing, of all the day's events regarding that show. J.D., man, I tell you, I really do love that guy. I'm a big fan of his, and the fact that he was so close to someone like Charlie Kirk, amazing, who was just so influential and so dynamic. Because I can't say enough good things about that guy. But J.D. was so impressive, and to sit there and do a podcast. The Vice President of the United States. Can you imagine Kamala Harris doing a podcast on anything?
No.
He was fantastic. And we played it yesterday. His closing 13 minutes. I mean, I think we look back and think that's a pretty consequential speech.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was...
Definitely.
It was really unbelievable.
It's so heartfelt. And the thing that, I think I mentioned this to you guys right after it happened, because I was in West Palm at the offices. People knew Charlie. But they all had the professional relationship and the friendship relationship, and it shows so deeply. You see politicians; they don't know each other that well. At least we don't think they do. You don't think that they're friends, really friends. They're colleagues, maybe, and you have folks in your office, maybe you're friends with, at work. Maybe you're not hanging out with them after. These people were really friends. There was real depth to the relationships beyond politics and all that. That says a lot to me. Amazing.
Yeah. Well, according to Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk's memorial is going to be held at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, on September the 21st. Anyone interested in attending? It's called Building a Legacy, Remembering Charlie Kirk. Must register on the Turning Point USA website. Provide the information, and all tickets or attendance will be determined on a first-come, first-served basis. So if you're planning to go and be in that area, make your plans accordingly. I know. I've already had friends, asking me is the network flying you guys out? Are we going to be covering this? I truly don't know. I'm sure we'll be covering it.
The network's going to cover it.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure they'll send the guys.
And I'm sure they'll have a top-notch crew doing it. So you'll be in good hands the entire day.
All right, 42 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We'll get to headlines, we'll get to Vin, and we'll get to some video. Like I said, everybody was talking about this text exchange. Even some of the mainstream media was. We'll see what their take is when we get back right after this.
right. All my Facebookers out there. Happy to see everybody. Keith Brockman. Is Rav going to stream the event Sunday? I believe they are. I've seen and heard about that. So if you're a fan of the network, get the Rav app or put Rav on your TV and check it out because the network's there. And the network's behind Charlie. He was on our network, and the support that the network has been showing and the heartbreak I saw in the offices with everybody is real and amazing. And the network is stepping up. Look at what
Mr. Blutarski in the YouTubes. Mr. Blutarski, you are correct. We are being told a story. Maybe not the story. I'm just going with Mr. Blutarski on the YouTubes.
Hey, Greta Garbo's out there. I've not seen Greta in a while.
And Miller.
Aaron, what cut is that one?
Put on a suit. Oh, is that the ABC kid?
Is that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Aaron, are you there? Okay,
Racing Banshee.
The reason I'm at... I'll wait till she...
Farmer Brook. Farmer Brook says, damn, Delgado, top-notch crew rules you guys out.
After one, there's a follow-up that we don't have, so I'll go here.
Dave Peterson says he's wearing the assassin's wearing a suicide gown, or as they call it where he works, a Gumby suit. That seems to be the technical term. He can't do anything to himself, right. I guess is the bottom line.
Yep.
Basically, he probably has like the long sleeves with mittens on it because Gumby had just basically.
And if he goes to the general population, you know what he'll be wearing? A pokey suit.
All right. I'm Gumby, damn it.
Pokey.
This lowlife. I just want to move past this guy
and
let him get the firing squad or whatever happens. I want to figure out ways to help what Charlie set up and move that forward.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B. So, as we said, busy news day today. Cash this morning, and then we had the Utah county prosecutor give a press briefing, and then we had the judge in the first court appearance. So we got a lot of information today, and most of what people are talking about are these. Well, as Steve Bannon said, I'm not buying any of this. How did this guy have time to write a sonnet?
Interesting.
Which is an interesting take. And a lot of people have questions about this exchange, supposedly between two 22-year-old gay lovers, and the way they spoke. And it just looks like a pre-planned, meditated script to cover the accomplice, which I don't think it's going to do a very good job of in the end, even if it is 100% every word of it true. But the media also talked about these exchanges today. So cut one, let's see what the media had and what they took out of this. Roll that, Aaron.
We have seen an alleged murder with such specific text messages about the alleged murder weapon, where it was hidden, how it was placed, what was on it, but also it was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship between the suspect's roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeatedly calling his roommate who was transitioning, calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love. So it was this duality of someone who the attorney said not only jeopardized the life of Charlie Kirk and the crowd, but was doing it in front of children, which is one of the aggravating circumstances of this case. And on the other hand, he was, speaking so lovingly about his partner.
Yeah.
On the other hand,
because that's the important
what other
part.
hand?
Notice how quick they are to humanize the cold-blooded murderer, the assassin, but how quick they are to use the words Nazi and Hitler to describe anybody they don't agree with.
Yeah,
fascist. That's the media. This is the left-wing media. No matter, even after everything you've seen the last almost week now, they can't help themselves. You can't hate these people enough.
This situation is so powerful, even those crazies in the media are losing credibility. I mean, the majority of this country has common sense and realizes that this deranged animal assassinated one of the most important people in our country, and they're trying to humanize various things here because they're not connected, they're not attached, they have no sense of reality to what's really happened here, and I think they're losing credibility by the minute. Like, this is the strongest I've seen them been bashed by more people than not just on the right. On the left, too.
Well, I'm sure that reporter from ABC, once he got done with that part of his hit, probably thought to himself, what did I just say?
What was on my teleprompter?
That's got to be. So let's go a little forward into that interview till about a minute 30 later when the host came back to him. I'm sure he cleaned it up here because he had to be thinking, that's probably not the best way to word this. Let's get the follow-up here.
It is. It's heartbreaking on so many levels, Kira. Obviously, Charlie Kirk was murdered brutally in front of a crowd of thousands of people who watched him being shot through the neck and then essentially bleed out in front of him. And I think one of the things that the attorney here made a very fine point about is that a lot of these charges, 7 charges, were aggravated because children were present. Children witnessed this. Children were put in harm's way. And that was something that obviously is aggravating here, and that's one of the reasons that the suspect, in addition to the alleged murder being political in nature, is facing the death penalty. They're going for the death penalty. And on the other hand, there is this duality of a portrait of a very human person, a very human experience from this entire family. As you mentioned it, the mother who essentially discovered that it was her son who had done this, the kid who had got a 34 out of 36 on the ACTs, who had a 4.0, who got a full ride to college here, that kid was the one who allegedly perpetrated. She saw those pictures and identified him essentially. And then those text messages, and I don't think I've ever experienced a press conference in which we've read text messages that are so fulsome, so robust, so apparently, allegedly self-incriminating, and yet on the other hand, so touching, right? With the suspect reaching out to his roommate, who is allegedly his boyfriend, who we understand, identified as male at birth, now identifies as female, and the terminology he used. He was trying to protect him. He kept calling him my love. My reason for doing this is to protect you, but also asking him to delete the messages and not speak to law enforcement. So there's this heartbreaking duality that we're seeing very tragically playing out.
Duality. Stop. What a complete clown shoe.
Have you ever?
That's the worst ever.
That is the worst ever.
That's the worst I've ever
seen. That one's worse than the first one.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Way worse.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Glad he gave it some thought. Wow.
Yeah, I like the way he tried to walk it back.
He walked it back right into a brick wall.
Holy moly.
Wow.
I mean, how do you at some point, does anybody get in this guy's ear and say, stop talking? No, because they all think that way. They're all broken. That's an example of a broken person. He doesn't have rational thoughts. Because he wouldn't be looking at this guy. If this guy did that to somebody in his family, he wouldn't be looking at those text messages going, my goodness, what a loving human being he is to that transitioning homosexual man. I can't believe that they had time to have this conversation and really display their love for each other. Who cares?
Here's the narrative a guy like that should be saying.
Holy moly.
There's just nothing redeemable about the president. No. There's just not. They just need.
He should be talking about, this is a story about brainwashing. This is a story about hate being spewed and being allowed to be spewed by the leaders of this country. This is a story about a young man indoctrinated through the youth, indoctrinated through social media, indoctrinated through all of this hate that they allow, and that media, just like this guy, perpetuate and put out. And the end result is he's brainwashed to think he needs to kill Charlie Kirk. There's nothing redeeming about this guy whatsoever.
This guy is brainwashed.
Well, the reporter himself.
Yeah, the reporter himself is brainwashed to feel that if he's, and let's face it, maybe he's an actor. You know, he's got the great hair. He's got the great look. He's, you know, he's really pausing at the right moments to get his words out right. Maybe he's just an actor playing a role, which we've seen because that's the media these days. They're actors playing roles. They don't really care. There's not really much to them. They're empty suits. Maybe he's just an empty suit trying, hey, how was that? Maybe he gets done with his spot and goes, whew, I nailed it. Wow. Right? Maybe that's...
How did I look?
I'm looking for anything to say, wait. Yeah. This can't be a real, living, breathing, feeling human being who we just heard, who claims to be a reporter, giving all this deference to the murderous assassin. Who gives a flying F?
Yeah, yep.
That guy does.
It's amazing that he does the first minute 7, and then you got to think when they cut away and go back to the host, he's got to be thinking, oh, I'll take... what I shouldn't have said for 500, Alex. And then they come back to him, and he not only doubles, but triples down with something way worse.
Yeah.
But by the way, there are producers in ears. This is how the system actually works.
Yes. Aaron yells at us all the time.
Yeah, there's someone talking to us right here and saying, hey, whatever his name is, Bob, or whatever his name is, you need to backtrack that. So they may be putting this nonsense into his ear. You know, they're as guilty as anybody. You know, these folks that are pushing information out to say things, because they're doing that.
His name is Matt Gutman. Never heard of him before.
Gutless.
Matt
MSLSD?
Gutman.
I'll buy Gutman
ABC.
for 500.
Oh, ABC.
All right.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
That's typical.
ABC is terrible, too. They're terrible.
Again, there's just, I mean,
there's nothing
there's
upstairs
just nothing
on that
redeemable about the media.
No.
The mainstream media should just cease to exist at this point.
They very well might.
All right, hour 2 coming back. We will get the headlines. We will get the VIN next. If in fact the roommate pictures I've seen are in fact the roommate looks more like the first pictures we got of him on the stairwell with the glasses on than the guy does.
Oh, really?
What's the roommate's name? Do we even know?
Yeah, we know.
I haven't seen that name. Has it been leaked? No.
Lesbian leaked? What?
Yeah.
Tyler Robinson, roommate?
Yeah,
I think it is.
His name is out there. I forget. I've seen it. I can't remember what it was, but
Newsweek has. Oh yeah, I've heard this name. Lance Twiggs.
Oh yeah.
Perfect name.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the name? Lance Twiggs?
Yeah. Twigs and berries.
Twigs and berries. Gone missing.
Oh,
you did not know that.
You did not know that.
You do now.
Twigs and berries.
Oh boy.
What a name. You couldn't make that up.
That's a real name? Sounds like a stage name of some kind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
really?
right. It's a furry.
Oh my god! With the cat with the litter box and all. Does he have a litter box?
No. They dress up like a furry, like a stuffed animal.
Oh, okay.
That's what
I think there's cosplay. There's a lot to be talked about that too, with these kids and the video games and the cosplay, and a lot of that's. I was talking to my wife about that earlier today. A lot of that's where things just go wrong, man.
There's a lot of insulated conversation that it goes off the rails, and bad people getting into them.
Yeah.
To
indoctrinating them,
indoctrinate bad things, or pedophiles and perverts and all that.
Like, it's ironic that old man ended up being charged on pedophilia, which is crazy, right?
They went through his phone to see what he was up to, and what do they find?
Thank goodness,
naked pictures of kids.
Oh, that's great.
Sherry Merrill, by the way, says it looks like we took out another drug boat. I didn't see that come out in the news
yesterday or the day before. Yeah,
a third one.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Keep them coming.
I thought it was another one. Okay. But thank you for the update there, Sherry.
They were traveling along, and then they lost their rudder.
They lost their rudder
and everything else.
The boat. Chuck tells people not to go fishing. He's like, I wouldn't do that right now.
Not quite the Love Boat.
No. Captain Stubing is not in charge of that.
Yeah, that's it.
They do both look alike.
Yeah,
they do. I'm telling you, he looks more like the pictures than the kid does.
That's a good point. The nose.
Yeah, exactly.
That nose is what it's telling.
It's very telling.
Wow. God. Imagine all that. Imagine that if it's a flip and he's taking the
Robert, I see your video.
Girlfriend or whatever you call boyfriend, I guess.
All right, 9 o'clock, hour 2. Real America's Voice, live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday night. Glad you're in. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's going to do the news, and Vinny's going to do his news coming up. We would just keep talking about stuff here, but that's fine. I like doing that too. So, Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. You know, people sending us all kinds of videos. Let me just make a couple blanket statements that are fact. Anybody who tells you that there's video of the bullet getting picked up on an iPhone is delusional, and you should not pay attention to that video anymore, because there is no way, none, not even 0.1% chance that an iPhone shooting at 24 frames a second is catching a bullet moving at 1,000 feet per second. It's not happening. It's not happening at 24 frames a second. It's not happening at 30 frames a second. It's not happening at 60 frames a second. So unless you get somebody there who had their shutter speed at approximately, I don't know, Fran, what do you think it would need to be at to catch a bullet like the guy from the Times did when Trump got shot at Butler, that one shot that he was able to catch the bullet?
That was a really high shutter speed for that picture.
Couple 100,000? 100,000?
Yeah, maybe 1,000 and probably 1,000 and up.
100,000? I think it would have to be 100,000.
I don't think they actually shoot that fast.
I mean, it would have to be. It ain't happening on an iPhone. Period. Never. No way. There's not with the hand of God at saying, oh, it was the perfect. No. Not possible at 24, 30, or 60 frames a second. And I think the iPhone goes up to 240. It ain't possible at that either. So, all right, let's do some headlines. Rick Delgado's got them. What's going on, Delgado?
Are you sure?
Positive. I'm positive about that.
All right, let's get started with something we referenced a little bit earlier. That being, of course, Pam Bondi, who, as you know, I've had my misgivings about her getting in front of a microphone, and well, she proved me right yet again, as Pam Bondi faces criticism for saying the DOJ will target anyone who engaged in hate speech.
All right, Delgado, let me interrupt your news.
Okay.
Breaking news. To freeze a bullet in a photograph, you need a very high shutter speed, typically around 1/32,000th of a second or faster, along with a flash trigger to illuminate the bullet as it moves. Okay? Ain't happening on an iPhone.
Yeah, that happens on every iPhone.
So all footage you have of iPhones, which is 99.99% of the footage that's out there, is not catching the bullet. Yeah. And if the video starts with, hey, we have the bullet, just turn it off. Sorry, Delgado, go ahead.
Not a problem. Attorney Pam Bondi is facing a bipartisan backlash today over her comments that the Justice Department will absolutely target anyone who targets others with hate speech in the wake of the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Bondi made the comments in a podcast interview with Katie Miller, the wife of the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller. There's free speech, she said, then there's hate speech, and there's no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie in our society. We will absolutely target you, go after you if you're targeting anyone with hate speech. And that is across the aisle. Of course, those comments quickly gained traction across social media, with users replying from a 2024 post from Charlie Kirk himself, in which he wrote, hate speech does not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech, gross speech, there's evil speech. All of it is protected by the First Amendment. Keep America free. Someone needs to explain that to Miss Bondi, that so-called hate speech, repulsive though it may be, is protected by the First Amendment. She should know this, that according to conservative commentator Britt Hume, as he wrote that on X. President Trump was also asked about this as he was getting ready to depart for the UK earlier today. Here he is talking to an ABC reporter when asked about Pam Bondi and her comments. This is cut number 16. Check this out, cut 16, President Trump.
And what do you make of Pam Bondi saying she's going to go after hate speech? Is that, I mean, a lot of your allies say hate speech is free speech.
She'll probably go after people like you because you treat me so unfairly. It's hate. You have a lot of hate in your heart. Maybe they'll come after ABC. Well, ABC paid me $16 million recently for a form of hate speech, right? Your company paid me $16 million for a form of hate speech. So maybe they'll have to go after you. Look, we want everything to be fair. It hasn't been fair. And the radical left has done tremendous damage to the country. But we're fixing it.
Yeah, so there's the president talking about, of course, the radical left. We've seen the results of their hate speech as it is really just inflamed the people on the left.
Yeah, that's not his best answer ever that I've ever heard. But
no. Yeah. Speaking of speech, Democrat Illinois governor, one of your favorites there, Dame, Governor J.B. couldn't say no to
couldn't find the salad bar Pritzker. Yep.
Couldn't say no to buffet Pritzker. Was swiftly fact-checked. Was swiftly fact-checked by conservatives on social media for claiming he never called Republicans Nazis, as lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are trading barbs on the heightened political rhetoric following the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That is completely false, he says. I've never called Republicans Nazis. He said that Monday. As a matter of fact, we have him saying it, followed by having him saying it. Here is cut number 2. Here is lying J.B. Pritzker saying, I never called them Nazis. Cut number 2.
That is completely false. I have never called Republicans Nazis.
Everything that he has done has been tearing down constitutional democracy. Mm-hmm. And that's what happened in Nazi Germany. It doesn't take very long to tear apart a constitutional republic. Indeed, the Nazis did it in 53 days. And our democracy is almost as fragile. And we're seeing it right now. The dangers that we saw in Nazi Germany, especially in the earliest days of Nazi Germany, are the dangers that we need to react to now. If we don't, things will get much, much worse. And so we've got to raise alarm bells to everybody. It's a 5-alarm fire, everyone.
Yeah, it's a 5-alarm fire.
Yep. See,
that's how he likes his wings.
I didn't call them direct Nazis, Delgado. I just said, well, this is what happened in Nazi Germany. As if, so that's different.
Yeah, no correlation.
No lunatic out there could infer that I mean that that's what they are, right?
Clearly not.
Of course not.
Of course not. Then these terms like Nazi and fascist, they just it's like saying, good night and hello.
Yeah, good morning.
True.
How are you today?
That's how easy we throw them around.
Right.
They have no real specific meaning. No one's going to take them,
No.
gaslit into thinking that that's really what they are.
And that's what
just because they're in the same sentence, they couldn't have any connection.
Right, exactly. Well, Pritzker again today says, I never called Republicans Nazis. Critics slammed the governor as a pathological liar, saying his public remarks are forever archived on the internet. As you can see, we found a few and played them for you right there. And again, this is gets right back to everything that's been going on for the past week. Actually, the past 8 years when it comes to President Trump, his administration, and his time of not only running for president but being president as well. They've used this and other things to basically dehumanize him and dehumanize all of us, the people that support the president and his policies.
Yep. How many people did Adolf Hitler kill? 80 million? A number that huge?
I thought it was 6.
Yeah, I think it was an 80.
But 6 million.
Yeah.
He killed
That's still a lot.
Yeah, 6 million.
I heard a bigger number, but he killed 6 million people. So you call people, Hitler and Nazis, it gets people angry.
Yeah.
Right.
And they want to save the world from that. That's the obvious call out.
Right. And it's meant to, again, it's one of those things where it's like, well, if I stop this guy, I've stopped the next Hitler, so I would be rewarded for it.
They're a hero.
Right,
They think
they're
they're
a
a
hero.
hero. People on the left actually think that.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I got one more real quick one for you, Damon. You're going to love this one. Maureen Comey. You know that name?
Oh, yeah.
Prosecutor in the Epstein's and Sean Combs cases, daughter of former FBI director, one James Comey, is now suing the FBI for being fired. Yes, Maureen Comey, the federal prosecutor that I just mentioned, the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, alleges in a lawsuit filed just the other day in federal court in Manhattan that she was not given an explanation for her termination and said it was done in retaliation for being her father's daughter. According to her, I guess you're not ever allowed to be fired. Ms. Comey's termination without cause, without advance notice, and without any opportunity to contest it was unlawful, according to the lawsuit. In truth, there's no legitimate explanation other than she probably can't be trusted. That the defendants fired Ms. Comey solely and substantially because her father was a former FBI Director, James B. Comey, or because of her perceived political affiliations and beliefs, or both, the lawsuit alleges. So there you have it. We're not done with the Comeys yet. This one wants to go to court. The other one's trying to avoid court, and we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, she's probably doing that because she saw today in Cash's committee hearing that somebody asked him who the hell decided to pay Lisa Page and Peter Strzok each got a couple $1 million to after they got fired. So maybe she's thinking she could pick up a cool couple mil. But
wow.
Now it's up to Pam Bondi and Cash to decide that. So I'd say Zippo.
Yeah.
So let's do a quick sports. 11 minutes past the hour. Then we'll do Vin's news when we get back. What's going on, Slick?
All right, Big D, one more quick sweep of the scoreboard while we're at it. We got the Cubs right now leading the Pirates 4-1, top of the ninth. Bottom 8, Guardians 3-2 over the Tigers. Braves and Nationals end of 2 after that rain delay. The Athletics over the Red Sox 2-1. Mets continue to lead the Padres 8-2, end of 6. Bottom 5, Blue Jays 6-3 over the Rays. Brewers over the Angels 5-1, top of the 5th. Orioles continue to lead the White Sox 6-2, top of the 5th as well. Yankees are up 10-1. They're taking care of business in Minnesota, bottom of the 5th there. Mariners are up, yep, you guessed it, 10-1 over the Royals, bottom of the 5th. The Cardinals 3-0 over the Reds, whose hopes are fading. They're in the bottom of the 5th for this season. Top of the 4th, Astros 2-0 over the Marlins, and the Braves earlier tonight did defeat the Nationals. Wanted to get to another quick story. I didn't get it, but Sean McVay of the Los Angeles Rams there actually tore his plantar fascia on the sideline of the game on Sunday. And now he's down for the count, so I'm not sure how they're going to be able to accommodate him. But during the Rams' victory on Sunday, he was running up and down and he tore it. So we'll have to keep an eye on what happens with the coach there. But Sean McVay sidelined on the sideline. So that was some story there.
Uh-oh.
And that's a wrap in sports, Big D, for me right now.
All right, Slick, very good. 12 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We'll get to Vinny's news when we get back. We don't have time right now. But, yeah, I mean, when you look at social media, and I'm looking at the chat, looking at what's coming in, all the talk is still about this exchange of text messages. And listen, there is a chance that they added some real-life things in there, and a lot of it still could be made up. There is a world that we live in that it could be a little mix of both. Like Bannon says, how did he have time to write a sonnet? I mean, there's a chance you could have a mix of both.
Yep.
So, all right, Vinny Mac's news coming up when we get back live from Studio 6B right after this. you're in the chat, make sure you hit the like, subscribe. If you're watching on a channel that you're not subscribed to, I saw something in one of the analytics that only about 25% of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you're watching, make sure you hit the subscribe button. On YouTube, you're on YouTube, you're watching Real America's Voice. Make sure you subscribe to them as well. But head over to LFS6B and make sure you subscribe to our socials.
A update on those numbers that we were talking about through one of our crack fans here on LFS6B. Adolf Hitler's policies and actions caused the death of at least 40 to 50 million people. 6 million, I think, directly related to Holocaust. Right. But 40 to 50 million people because of his policies and the war. I mean, that's just astonishing. It's an astonishing amount of people lost.
Kind words from Charles Livingston in the chat, the YouTube chat that is. Studio 6B is done. Idiots with the clown emoji. Thank you, Charles Livingston. Nice, kind words.
What happened?
All in caps. He's shouting at us.
What platform?
On the YouTubes.
On the YouTubes.
On the YouTubes.
Yeah. Why do you feel that way?
You're on the RAV YouTube. Okay.
Yeah, I'm on the RAV YouTube. Yes.
Ask him why he feels that way.
Why do you feel that way?
I'm not sure if I want.
Dig in here.
Not sure I want to validate that statement so much. So, but
let's dig in.
Let's dig in.
He probably thinks he has a video of the bullet.
Gilly says he could be a troll, or he's a troll.
There's been a few trolls lately, by the way.
He may have that iPhone, Big D.
Yeah,
he's like, my iPhone catches every bullet.
I've got the super iPhone.
I got the new 12.
Like anybody has all the answers right now.
The bullet travels 2,200 feet a second, sir. Don't worry. I know.
I've been practicing. Watch. Look how quick I am.
Oops.
Well, just passing through this time. The guy's a jerk. These men are the best. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate the kind words.
Correction.
Suzette says, don't bother with him, Rick. She's right.
We needed a correction. Awesome. I've just noticed more and more trolls, though, overall.
Yeah.
Coming on and saying dumb
fast.
stuff.
Yep.
But the thing is, our audience, man, they jump right in. They defend us. They defend the program. They go after these low-life trolls that jump in Facebook or YouTube or any of these things.
Anybody can blow up in it. Look at that idiot that ran across Charlie Kirk's memorial, and wasn't that disgusting?
They got his ass quick.
You see the one guy in the blue shirt? He threw that guy down like a rag doll.
As what should be done. No innocent bystanders here, man.
And that was a decent-sized kid that he threw down, too. The kid was a decent-sized kid. He threw him down like a rag doll. They cuffed him and out the door.
Well, every night on Studio 6B, we talk about what's going on in Washington, but here's a way to do something about it. That's to join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're fighting for the values that we talk about all the time: faith, family, freedom, and the good old-fashioned common sense. Members of AMAC get, discounts on travel, insurance, and prescriptions, plus access to useful resources in the great AMAC magazine delivered to your door. And get this, you can receive up to 33% off when you choose a 5-year membership. That's just over $1 a month to join a movement holding Washington accountable and helping save this country. Go to amac.us/studio6B right now and join. amac.us/studio6B and join. Let's stand together and fight back. amac.us/studio6B. 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some news and see what's on Vinnie Mac's mind. Vinnie Mac, what's going on?
Yeah, one thing is really, bugging me big time, this whole cancel culture thing. And I'll step back from that for a second and just state that a lot of people have lost their jobs because of moronic things they've said about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And they're Delta pilots, folks in the news organizations, people with companies. It's great to see that there's some sanity out there and taking care of this. And I hear the people on the left, and I see on social media and all the chatter about, cancel culture. I thought you guys hated cancel culture. Let me provide some clarity here to the boneheads that are saying that. Kevin Hart is a comedian. Kevin Hart made a homophobic joke 20 years ago, and he got canceled from hosting the Oscars. That's cancel culture. That's woke. That's saying something that's not politically correct and being fired. not saying something about the assassination of a very prominent political figure and making fun of that and wishing and hoping and being gleeful that he was killed. That's apples and oranges to some video of someone 20 years ago saying something maybe inappropriate, but not vile like this. So it's not cancel culture. It's called just being a decent human being. And none of us, there's nobody in the history of this country that was pro killing someone for their views. Nobody. Now, people have been killed for their views. You know, Abraham Lincoln, John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
Okay, there's been people killed for their views, and it's horrific no matter who it is. I equate Charlie Kirk quite a bit to Martin Luther King in the sense that, you know, they were both people just trying to peacefully provide their truth in a conversation in a very peaceful and an uplifting way. They didn't mean harm to anybody. They didn't use violence. They didn't say bad words. They didn't attack people. They didn't make fun of people. They didn't do all that. So there's a difference. This is not cancel culture. This is just vile pontificating. The other thing that's on my mind, Damon, is quite interesting because you and I have talked about Joe Manchin in the past. And I've always been a fan of Joe Manchin. You know, I'm not wouldn't vote for Joe Manchin over Donald Trump.
He's a phony snake oil salesman.
And there you go. Okay. So Damon thinks he's a phony snake oil salesman, but he has come out and he's basically thrown the Biden administration and the Obama administration under the bus.
Oh, yeah, sure. It's